We made it!
We're here!
We made it to the end! Sort of. I mean, the end of the beginning of the end. The beginning of the end? The beginning of the end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the beginning of the end of the middle. Because there are two games in this game.
Beginning of the end of the beginning.
We're at some point in the process. We can be sure of that.
We are working our way gently through
We're
the
somewhere.
Great Ace Attorney.
We're someone.
Well, are we someone? You're not someone. You're a computer virus.
Well, hey, I can be someone if I want. I can be many people. It's called identity theft.
Oh,
Really useful.
Oh, my bad. I totally forgot about identity theft.
The utility.
Hi, everybody. How's it going? We're a little early today because this might run long and I have to get up early tomorrow and it's just a perfect storm, but...
Yeah.
Hi, I am Ascella Vivace Magical Idol, and I am here to play the Great Ace Attorney! With Exception. Hi, Exception. Hi.
Hi, I'm Exception. I'm here.
Yay. I am excited that you're here. You make it much more fun. Yeah, let's go! All right, Lulu. Hello? Uh-oh, wait. I forgot how to say the...
The Wii.
There's a wave. We've been waved at. Hello, I wave back. All right, Lily really wants me to finish this game, huh?
Understandable.
Which makes me wonder, like, about how bonkers this is about to get. So I'm very excited. I am sure I'll be telling Van Zeeks to shut up. Did you see my tweet, Lulu, where I was like, what did I say? Oh, what did I say? It was really clever. I was clever for once. I can't remember. It was funny, I promise. Oh yeah, because I had Van Zeek sticking his leg up on the thing, and I was like, "Will we get a leg up on the prosecution?"
Oh,
I was
That's
funny.
clever.
I was funny just this once. Oh God. Okay, so he's stick him leggy up. Oh, are we prepared? I'm not 100% sure I'm prepared for this, but we know how much.
I think we're as prepared as we can be.
Yeah, we've got evidence. You know, we've got a strategy, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
I think the strategy at this point is don't lose. But and believe in Gina.
Yep.
And Gina is gonna tell us everything. Well, she's already testified, but boy,
Are you a Gina believer?
I believe in Gina because
Good.
Iris does. If anybody else believed in Gina, I'd be like skeptical, but Iris believes in Gina, so I believe in Gina. I love Iris, y'all. Lulu, I wanna cosplay Iris. When are we cosplay Great Ace Attorney together? Somebody who can make the wig for me. My God, I'm not doing that wig. You can't make me do those drunk curls.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. You mentioned us getting like cool costumes for when we do future games. We should talk about what costumes we want.
Yeah. We need to talk about outfits. Yeah. Let's back. Put that on the agenda.
Yeah.
On the agenda for our next.
Put it on the list.
Why is Stream Elements like this? Stream Elements doesn't know who I'm streaming with again. Hold on.
Oops.
I set it to only do it when certain stuff is on stream and it doesn't work, so now I have to go manually change it and I forget every time. So hold on. Oh, please. Come on. I do not. Sorry. The scuff is real every day. Bonk, bonk.
Oh, this is why we're streaming early.
That's why we're streaming. We get the scuff out of the way. Yeah, it knows I'm live. That's exciting. Okay, bye. Cool. I can't delete my own Stream Elements announces. That's cool. Anyway, I am ready to go. Exception, are you prepared for the consequences of our actions?
Yeah. I think I'm more prepared than you are.
Yeah, you are, because you know what happens. I don't know what happens.
I read the history books.
Yo, I'm good at this. I'm not. It's fine. Whoo! Okay, here we go, guys. Load game.
Let's do this.
Trial part 4. This is crazy.
We're about to be in the thick of it. Last thing that happened is they went and got the box, and now they got the box. Now we're looking at the box.
We're looking at the
think.
box. Yes, we are looking at the box.
We're looking at
There's
it.
the box.
The box for one shoe.
This is McGilded's box. The denture box. Look, it's like tooth shaped.
Yeah. I think it's shoe shaped, but.
You think it's shoe shaped? Like a horseshoe?
Or like horseshoe shaped. That's what we
Yeah,
concluded.
horseshoe. Okay. But it's a very small horseshoe, so it's very small horse.
Pony shoe.
Pony shoe. Okay. Fair. Alright. So, yeah. So last time there was this box that was in question that we were trying to prove that Mr. Not Eggert Benedict went to Windibanks to get. And our entire case hinges on this box containing something possibly. I don't know what. We'll see what happens. Could be anything at this point. This is one of McGilded's items that was forfeited because he didn't pick it up because he was very dead. Yeah. Allegedly dead. I'm not even sure he's dead anymore. I have a tinfoil hat is on. All right. I mean, do we really, like...
Eggert Benedict is secretly Magnus McGilded wearing stilts.
Stilts. Well, no. McGilded is an enemy stand. That's what's really going on here.
Oh, okay.
So McGilded was the plant all along. And Mr. Not Eggert Benedict... Mr. whatever boring McName sir is,
The user.
The user, yeah. We figured it out. We don't even have to finish the game. We figured it out.
Fantastic.
Yeah. Bye, guys. Have a great evening. Okay. Anyway. Okay. The box. Okay. So this is the article in question, is it? The small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGilded 2 months ago. And on the night of Mr. Windibank's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Quick! Let's open it and see what's inside!
No cliffhangers for us.
None of that. Oh dear. It's a music box!
Oh.
I love, okay, so I know they've been talking about the music discs and stuff like that, but I actually love this kind of music box quite a bit. I had one as a child that I still remember very fondly. It was shaped like a piano. It was a jewelry box with a wind-up music box in it, and I don't remember what it played. But it was shaped like a piano, and it had like a clear acrylic top with like music notes on it, and then it played the music when you would open it.
Cool.
Yeah, I really like music boxes ever since my small days, my itty bitty days. Sorry, okay. Good gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems. Wow. Although in truth, I had an inkling that might be the case.
It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement.
Congratulations, Van Zeeks, you have eyes.
That was way too many words for. You could have just said, "It's a music box," then.
Exactly.
That's like 5 words. You used like double that.
He is verbose. Graydon, what's your angle here? Then, is it too much to expect?
Put the disc in. I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord.
Okay. But it has a canister. Interesting. So, here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilded's disc, deposited at Windibanks at much the same time.
Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilded's disc.
Yes, it was.
It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus.
Okay, but he took possession of it! It's fine.
You think Van Zieks is gonna respect McGilded's property?
That's true, you got a point. But why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilded? Why are we raising our hand? Why are we raising our hand? I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord.
Makes sense to me.
Sure, because that's gonna mean something. Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last.
Hold it!
Wait, my lord!
You guys, the way my jaw just dropped. What? What? Gregson? This has to do with the cover-up that they're trying to pull off here. Good grief, what is the meaning of this, Inspector?
The music box and the disc are, well, they're related to the case.
Uh-huh.
No need to spoil the somber atmosphere of the courtroom with some silly bit of music.
Objection!
Objection! This disc may very well have motivated the culprit in the case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened.
The prosecution has no objection.
For once?
But no, that piece of evidence is police property now. You can't... Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here.
Ooh, Van Zieks wants actual justice for once? What?
But it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored.
Let's go. All right, Van Zieks, redemption arc for 2 seconds, and then we will go back to hating you. It's fine.
And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening.
My goodness.
Vega! Hello.
Hi, Vega. No further delays, please. Play the disc. This is about to
Here
be
we go.
crazy. This is about to be crazy.
Be warned, Vega. There's about to be spoilers if you care.
It's Morse code.
But it's just one note.
It's Morse code. Because it's only one note. It's got to be Morse code.
No, but like Morse code is two notes. Like there's a short and a long, but this is a percussion instrument. You can't make a long note.
I don't know. What else could it be? There wouldn't be like a recognizable tune to it if there's only one note. Interesting. What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music. Hold on. I need a Photoshop of this.
Now that's what I wouldn't call music.
This the disc. That's what I call music. 90s. Except it's like that's not what I would call music, and it's the music box. Morse code does work via one notes. It does.
Yeah, but how do you differentiate on and offs? Look, I know Morse code. I made a Morse code machine in Minecraft.
I don't know.
I've shown it to people.
I don't know. Okay.
Well, I'll have a good time not knowing. Don't forget to put up your spoiler pin.
Oh yeah, I put the spoiler pin. Major spoilers. This is the end of the first game. of TGA. We're just listening to the Morse code. Pinned. Manually unpin. There we go. I already said no! It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence. He's going insane. Uh-oh. Mr. Graydon?
This really is priceless.
Oh my god, quit dancing.
After all that, the music box is broken.
Broken? It can't be, can it?
Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom.
Uh-oh. Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept that this music box offers little in the way of clues. Are you ready to move on, counsel? Come on! Yes, alright, it does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it?
Is it?
Could this music emanating from the music box possibly be a new clue? It could be a clue!
Better be.
Objection! There we go. There we go. I believe that it could be relevant, my lord. Good lord! But how can it be? It's an abomination, counsel! Mere noise! I fail to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever. It does sound strange, I agree. But there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. And that's making him appear extremely on edge.
If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this.
I hate this man. Oh, you're back to hating him. Oh! What is your point? What do you want me to answer? I could fix him. Shut up.
Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on the case?
It's the defense's belief that the sound emanating from this music box is... I don't think it's supposed to be music! I think it's a code! Am I right? Am I crazy? I'm not crazy, right? It's a code. It has to be a code.
To put your mind at ease, I don't think you're crazy. Vega also agrees with you.
Like, do you, okay, let me explain something about how the mechanic works in these, like, there's a comb. It looks like a comb. I always would call it a comb, but it looks like a comb, and it's these metal spokes that are tuned to different notes. And
Usually by being longer or shorter.
yeah, by being longer or shorter or more closer to the thing, whatever, depending on the setup of the music box. But the pips on the little wheel, in this case, it's a wheel instead of a cylinder. I'm used to ones that are cylinders that turn around a cylinder. But the little pips go over the comb and it chimes with striking each of these combs. So you're hearing everything sounding the same right now. It's not broken. It's not the sound of a broken one. It's a code. It's gotta be a code, guys. It's gotta be a code. I'm sorry. It's just, I know how music boxes work. And if they're adhering to reality, this is not supposed to be music. Oh God. Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Oh, we've pissed him off! Yes! Yes!
Good job using psychological analysis.
I'm good at this. Look at that. Smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. Confidence, Ryunosuke, confidence! I'm on the right lines here. I must be. Making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Hurley, Runo.
Objection!
You!
The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they are not. I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend.
I am not your friend! Well,
Surely you have an idea in mind. Because if not,
oh, God.
it will be the death of your ill-formed argument. Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness.
They've got me. I don't know what the answer is yet. Runo, can we kill him, please? Yes. There we go. Now the right announce is going.
Yay!
Runo, I've just examined the music box very thoroughly. And I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all. Really? Really? The way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway. I am so good at this. Thank you, Iris. I am so good at this game. Why
She's
is
like
Iris
10.
so small? Yeah, because she's 10. All right. Well, if the music box isn't broken, it must mean that the sounds it's producing have some significance that isn't musical. Come on. Come on. Ah. Could it be... Is that what these sounds are in orange?
Orange sound.
Orange sound.
Colorless green ideas.
Something's just struck me, Runo. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like the one this music box makes.
Glad we're on the same page, Iris.
Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. The judge is like, I can't handle this anymore. I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all, then what the devil is it, counsel? All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointing to one single answer now. This is the part of this game that has been the most like the original Ace Attorney games because this is actually making you use your brain. Whereas the rest of the game was like, do you like tutorials? We will help you with everything.
Oh, that's because it was the tutorial.
The entire game was the tutorial. And now
We've
it's
been
making me
over this.
think, and I hate this.
Yeah.
Why would you make me think? I don't know. What have I done wrong? How have I hurt you people? Who hurt you, game? Who hurt you? All right. One single answer in orange. Come on, Van Zeeks.
The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now.
Ooh, hasty. Hasty.
Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation.
Let me try to play this. Never mind. All right, then. This could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together. The evidence that oh, frickin' heck. Okay. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds on this music box disc is... Oh, crap. Why this? Why this? Okay. So it's not this. It's not this. It can't be this. It's not this. We don't know anything about this right now. I don't know if the McGilly case notes are going to help us whatsoever. Is it this? Hold on. Hold on, y'all. I'm galaxy braining over here. I'm galaxy braining. I'm galaxy braining. It's the newspaper. You guys, hold up. It's not the front. It's the back. This disc is being used to transmit government secrets. I hope I'm right. Am I crazy? Am I crazy?
I think this emotion you are feeling, this like revelation in the moment where it would matter most, is the best sign that you are on the best track possible.
Okay, let's present this crazy
I
ass
am
paper.
so happy I'm a witness to this.
Please beat this!
Take that!
Take that! Today's paper, Council. Oh, God. The headline is, Pawnbroker perishes in pick-purse plunder. Hardly supportive of your cause. No. My lord, I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page. Further down. Ministry mole? Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter being investigated at the highest level, I understand.
I have heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted.
I wonder how that could happen when our prime suspect, that is not really the suspect but is a witness currently, is a telegraph operator. Imagine that. Good
All right,
night,
have a good
Vega.
sleep,
Have a
Vega.
good sleep. Good, we wish ourselves good, also.
And leaked to various other countries.
And presumably those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams.
Of course.
Juror number 5, your input, please. Stop. Oh, me, sir. Whatever is the matter? You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Yes, that's correct. And the particular station where you work? deals with government communications and newspaper reports. Oh, yes. We're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? I was right. I was so right. You were gaslighting me. Hmm? You don't mean to say, is it? That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code! Let's go! Let's go! But I don't believe it. Now correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer.
Are you suggesting that the music box disc
Is government secrets? Yes.
contains stolen government secrets in Morse code?
Maybe that's why we shouldn't have played it in the middle of the courtroom. Oopsie. Oopsie.
I think Gregson is perhaps unhappy with us.
Oopsie. Oopsie. Order, please, everyone, order. But this is high treason, Council, deserving of capital punishment.
Admiral Greyfield moment. Too much new vocabulary. What is this treason? And what is capital punishment?
Oh boy. The sorts of words I'd half expect you to know. For our sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price.
And this is Great Britain. They're going to have a lot of hostile nations.
Oh, yeah. Yes. And on that night, 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. Oh, woo! That's true! Good point! Good point! We were trading government secrets from a brick worker who's not really a brick worker, and McGilded who's who's the enemy?
But in the end, McGilded perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery.
My word.
Your word exactly.
In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death. See ya. So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. And in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. This is the best theory ever. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? Villain laugh, villain laugh, villain laugh, villain laugh, villain laugh, villain laugh.
You think I've been stealing government secrets?
Come on, break down, break down,
Preposterous! Absolutely preposterous!
break down.
And I'm not just saying that so I won't get executed.
So, in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you?
Well, of course I do! I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
Then by all means, counter the charges, sir.
Van Zieks, let's go! All right, we're on the right side of the law for once.
You are so back and forth on Van Zeeks.
Van
You went
Zeeks,
to loving him when he stood up to Gregson, then you decided you hated him again, and now you're back.
look, we will go through several more stages of grief with Van Zeeks before the stream is done.
You
I'm
have
pretty
such a
sure.
utilitarian opinion of him.
I believe that I can change my mind when it suits me when it comes to Van Zeeks.
The prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense.
Damn. He's not even on trial here.
Delighted, I'm sure.
Uh-huh. Clack. The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Windibank. That being a most flagitious? What? What? Hold on, we're Googling this. What does
I'm
that
Googling
word
it as
mean?
well.
Yes, what does it mean?
Infamous, scandalous, characterized by extremely brutal or cruel crimes, vicious.
I see. Can't they just say vicious?
No, that's not cool enough.
Oh, okay. For which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment. But the heinous act of high treason is no less serious a crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So then, let us proceed. What?
You gotta let us have a rabbit and pork here, Governor. We got things to say.
What? I beg your pardon. Who do you think you are?
Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin. We ain't baddies enough to sell out our motherland.
Uh-oh.
That's right. We're what they call the Three Skulkin Brothers.
No, leave Gregson out of it. I don't.
Bad timing, Phyllis. Very bad timing.
Graydon's counter. Here we go.
A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? I've no relation to the man. Look, all we done is break into the guy the other night like what's told us to do. If we'd known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it.
Oh, they just don't want to die. I gotcha. Yeah, exactly. We're in hysterics over here. Even Van Zeeks is not buying this shit. Even the judge is not buying this shit. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin.
One mister'll do, Governor. What's up?
Do I take it that you now admit to the crime? That on the night in question you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally? And moreover, you did so as a party of 3, in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here. Speak.
We did, Gov, we did.
Oh, shit. What have you to say for yourself now? Oh, there we go. Quiet down, please. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon?
I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to. You little rotter getting up mixed in all this monkey business? You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight-up job. And what about the geezer whose shop it was, eh? Earl Blook didn't have to die, did he?
Nice to know who your friends are.
Whatever these men say, I deny the accusation.
Whatever they say, I deny it. Everything they say, I deny it. Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it into the court record as evidence.
Yeehaw.
Let's go. Okay, here we go.
Hold it!
So is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted.
How could I possibly know? Because you work there?
What do you mean by that?
Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information.
Oh, this must be the juror, huh? Right? Probably?
Yep.
Yep. Oh, wait, with the stops. Yes, okay. Oh, no. Stop. Must say something. Stop. Let me guess. Juror number 5. We regular communication station officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the ministry. And Mr. Graydon is the team leader. That's fascinating. You are being sold out by everyone around you. Good.
Nice.
Graydon is a highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idols. Stop. Oh, God. Girl, you're barking up the wrong tree. You just ratted him out. So you had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon.
Well, what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors so they can't be heard. And in any case, all messages are sent and ciphered. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them.
Oh no, stop. Must say something. Stop. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with ministry technicians and the ministry communications team. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in important international communications. And he's received the top prize at the cipher cracking convention 5 years in a row now. Oh, girl, stop. That's fascinating. You are getting routed up by everyone in this courtroom, sir. Anybody else? Graydon is a highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idols. Stop.
Well, your idol would appreciate it if you kept your mouth shut.
Cry more. Just send that fool to prison already. Amen. Heard. She really should pick her idols more carefully.
I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded.
I don't believe you.
Get
What
unbelieved.
are they then? If they're not Morse code, what are they?
Hold it!
Tell me what they are. They're not.
To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to that music box for even a few seconds.
Of course, of course.
Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code.
That's Morse code, shut up. Ouch. He looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. Who's ha-ha-haing?
I assume, Miss Graydon.
Oh,
Frick.
no, it's her. I would be more
Darn, I
than
was
happy
wrong.
to demonstrate the basics for you, sir. A lesson? Here in court? Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinct tones. Tones, you say? Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct letters. I see. For example, this is A. And this is B.
This is correct.
But when you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you? But it sounds so similar. The rhythm of it is the same and everything.
But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds.
That's a question of fact, exactly.
So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. I told you I wasn't gaslighting you at all.
You were gaslighting me.
I was not gaslighting you. This was
gaslighting
my
me.
argument. This was my argument.
I don't care, you were gaslighting me.
I was not.
Hi, Capra, welcome to the gaslighting.
No, that's not what this is about.
Oh no, oh no. Oh, come on, Graydon.
Really, you shouldn't be so surprised.
It's still a code.
What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions in future.
No! I cast aspersions when I feel like it. Ugh, stop. Nothing to say, but stop. Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it? Iris? I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely. Could there still be something I haven't considered? Would it really be impossible to use this music box somehow to play back Morse code? I still think it's Morse code!
Can we check? Have we checked the box?
We haven't really looked at the box. Let's look at the box.
Let's look at the box.
Let's look at the box. We go backwards. Examine. Alright, let's examine the discus here. See how the 4 McGilded disc sits in the music box the man deposited at Windibanks. It couldn't be a more perfect fit. So there's no question then. This disc was designed to be played in this music box. Yet, despite that, the sounds it produces are neither musical nor do they appear to have any meaning. It just doesn't make any sense. I wonder if perhaps there's more to this music box than meets the eye. Maybe we haven't discovered all its secrets yet. Okay.
We gotta find another secret.
This is the mechanism that turns the bumps on the disc into sound, isn't it? Yes, the movement. It's all thanks to the comb with its teeth that are plucked by the passing bumps. I explained this earlier.
You did.
I did. Usually the teeth on the comb are different lengths, so that each one produces a different tone. But this comb is very strange. All the teeth are exactly the same length. Well, what does that mean? It means that no matter which tooth is plucked by the passing bumps, the music box will make the same sound. The music box was tampered with. I've never seen a music box like it before. Yes, it is strange. A music box that can only play a single note. There has to be some significance to that, surely. We've looked at the mechanism here. Got a hole in the bottom. Let's hear. Oh! What is it, Runo? I've just noticed something about this music box. It looks like the bottom of it opens up as well. Oh boy. Ah, you're right! Well, come on then. What are you waiting for? Let's open it. All right then. Here goes. Let the record show. Let the record show. Look at that! There's another movement on the underside. So, does that mean you can set another disc to play back on this side? Yes, I think so. And it looks like the two movements are linked together. They're linked. So if you had two discs, they would both play back at the same time. Where's the freaking disc that we need? Who would have thought there would be a second movement on the underside of the box? And this movement is like the other one. The comb's teeth are all the same length. So this movement only produces a single tone, like the other one. Yes, it must do. Except that the length of the teeth of the two combs isn't the same. So the single tone produced by this movement will be different to the single tone we've already heard. What? Basically, each movement can only produce a single note, but the notes they produce are different. A music box that can only play two tones. That's really all there is to it, huh? I need another disc. We're missing a disc.
We gotta find one.
We do gotta find one. Let's think about this. So we have this disc.
Where are we in the middle of like a prompt? What's going on with that? What are our options?
I'm just thinking for a second. Alright. The prompt is, would it be impossible to use this music box to play back Morse code? Give it a try. What?
I don't feel good about either of these shits, honestly.
Okay.
It's like,
Uh-huh.
it's like, on one hand, it doesn't seem impossible because we found like a second music movement.
Uh-huh.
And that could get the second tone, maybe.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
But also, we can't do it. We cannot give it a try because we don't have a second disc.
But where could the second disc be? Could it be in something we already have?
I don't think so. Unless they hit it inside the bullet.
It's inside the stereoscope.
I don't think it's inside the stereoscope.
Then we're stuck.
I think we gotta leave it for now.
Call it impossible for now.
Yeah.
I don't feel good about it. The defense will concede that the music box is irrelevant for the time being. Okay, fine.
For the time being, such optimism.
The music disc is actually that giant button on your sleeve.
Too debonair to admit defeat, are we? Sorry. I fell apart. Too debonair to admit defeat, are we?
I've been that way all week. I just have not been able to talk at all this week. Ugh, those gesticulations are really starting to grate. It can't be Morse code unless it has two distinct tones. Perhaps I should examine that music box in a little more detail. I did. You know what? Hold it! Shut up! Hold it! So 2 months ago in that omnibus, McGilded killed the brickmaker and stole the disc. Oh wait, we're in an ad break. It started just a second ago. Okay.
Nice.
Nice. Ad break. Ah. Here we go. Ad break. I still think it's Morse code. I still think it's Morse code. It's some kind of code. It's got to be some kind of code. There's nothing else it could be. It could be music, I guess, but like 2 discs? Eh? It's some kind of code. I don't know. I'm just sticking to my guns here. Not that that's ever served me before, but mayhaps it will serve me this time. The brickmaker, huh?
Sorry, I'm just jamming.
Jamming to the music.
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding.
I want to sing, but I can't because there's going to be a sound delay between my words and the music. Tragic.
It is sad.
When we go to the future games, I'll try and like record my audio side of things so that we can just like resynchronize it later. Actually, that I should have talked to you. Do you know how to like separate audio channels for your recordings? 'Cause I know you record your streams.
Nope, I don't know how to separate them.
Okay, I will teach you this.
Okay. Almost saw the ad break. 1 more minute. 1 more minute.
Then we'll get 2 variations. We'll have one variation where the audio is as you hear it, and one variation where the audio is as I tried to say it. Sometimes I've had to sort of preempt to make it seem cooler because I do know some specific lines. I'm able to like start talking before I actually can read them. So particular moments, I try and make it synchronize better to make it look cool. Like on the boat, the steamship, when Sholmes is like being like, "You better talk or else you'll be abetting a renegade on your adventures down the creek." That was one time, and there was another time when Van Zieks was like, "Then by all means," countered the thing. That just happened like an hour ago.
When is Van Zieks not like that? Like, at least it's easy, right?
True.
Just be vaguely racist, and you're. No, you're not. But if Van Zieks would stop, it would be great. It would be great.
The ad ended, and it just opened to you saying, "If Van Zieks would just stop, it would be great."
I want Van Zieks to learn from his mistakes, and his mistakes were waking up in the morning and coming to this courtroom.
Could have stayed in his vampire coffin.
He should have. He should have. All right, 2 months ago on that omnibus, he killed the brickmaker and stole the disc.
Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seems he lived in an artisan quarter some years ago. The people there remember little about him.
That doesn't make much sense, though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information? All right, good question.
How indeed?
I don't like you. There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all of this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason. In order to take it to the meeting with McGilded and negotiate a deal.
Dear me.
Oh, dear you, what? Not again.
You may have it in. Blah, blah. You may have it in. Blah, blah. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you, I have far more class than that.
An old brickmaker from an artisan quarter, and this well-to-do communications officer. If only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together. Wait. Wait. Hold on. We don't have it yet. I'm just convinced we don't have it yet. Okay. If you have nothing more to add on that note, let us return to the witness testimony.
Hold it!
Hold it! Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean?
See, yeah. Who else, eh? Silly me thought he was just popping over for a natter after all them years, but the Rotters had a dodgy job for us. Ash?
Oh? Oh? Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours?
They're the sociable kind of baddies, you know? Sure, let's say Graydon's an old chime.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What you gotta say, buddy?
Excuse me.
Good old Ringo.
Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin?
Eh?
No, the other Mr. Skulkin.
What, who, me?
When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react.
Ah, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back when.
Oh, do tell us more. Do tell us more. Please. Together with Mr. Graydon, you mean?
Yeah, with Ash. I mean, you look at him now, his fancy whistle and flute, you wouldn't have had him even. But when he was younger, he was from the poor part of town, just like us.
Ooh, juicy. Is that so?
But he was always a leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy. Always coming up with smart ideas like what would never have gone through our heads. Come, I mean, ain't that the truth? Remember Milverton and Skulkin's milk run? That was a corker, eh?
Milverton.
Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit.
Ooh.
Oh, hey, the geezer asked us a question, didn't he? And we was answering.
The geezer?
Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong.
You're probably older than Ryunosuke.
And they're talking about the judge?
Oh, I guess the judge... We asked them the question, though, didn't we?
Fair.
Yeah.
Okay, fine, I agree, they're rude.
Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please? I don't know. Could that sentimental story be relevant somehow? Add it to the freaking testimony. Add it to the testimony. Add it. Because he might know the brickmaker. Right? Am I crazy? Add it to the testimony. My lord. Yes, counsel? The brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case.
Good.
Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add.
Say no more. A skulkin's never skulkin'.
Okie dokie.
Milverton and Skulkin's Millrun. God, those were the days.
Chris? I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business?
It's a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals, that's what it was all about.
That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate. But on what? The business name? Both. Okay. I'm gonna go with the business name.
Okay.
Can I ask this question twice?
I think so. So if you want to start with like the name and then try the model later if you don't care, I think that's okay.
So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved?
Yeah, that's it.
Milverton and Skulkin's Milk Run, was it?
Yeah, that's it.
And where did the Milverton part come from?
All right. I thought a clever clogs like you have worked it out now. That is
Uh-huh.
enough of this.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel?
Objection! Let me guess. You don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying. Tell me, why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject?
Because well...
Uh-huh. Explain yourself, buddy.
They weren't the happiest of homes that one came from. Yeah, his old man was struggling for money so much his wife walked out on him. She took the name Graydon then, see? But Ash will always be Milverton to us.
Milverton. So that used to be your surname, did it? That's wild. He's Milverton? That's
Ashley Milverton.
Wild.
Of course not! This is a bunkum! I've been a Graydon since I was born!
Uh-huh.
Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves, You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon.
Ooh.
Ah!
I'm on the side of anyone who's not on Graydon's side. Let's just... Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable, for once. You were born Ashley... Oh, God. You were born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct?
Very well, yes.
I don't think that's your real hair color either. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things and could turn out to be extremely important. Oh, heck. All of a sudden, we seem to be up in our necks in a serious matter of national security. Up to our necks in a serious matter of national security. What are senses? Although all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage. It would explain a number of things, though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Ginny overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago, and the break-in at Windibanks. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. McGilded. No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker, who was so horribly murdered. If only there was some link between the two men somehow. I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. I wonder if the key to us making headway with the cross-examination here could be those two brothers. We've already harassed them a little bit. Alright, so press on that one. Press on that one. Pressed on that one, but I have no relation to the man. Okay. This one we didn't get to press on because we automatically went to this line. I'm gonna press on this one just for good measure. We didn't, right?
Hold it!
I don't remember.
I don't think we did, but I just wanna... So did you know nothing about this music box?
We didn't know nothing. We still don't know nothing. And we ain't planning on knowing nothing about it neither.
But 2 nights ago, you did indeed break into Windibank's pawnbrokery, didn't you? In your original testimony, you said that the door of the shop was ajar and that it was like some kind of sign begging you to go in. But the truth is, you were planning to break into Windibank's all along, weren't you?
We were, Gov, we were. Yeah, right there. Because that's what he told us to do. It was his plan.
And what have you to say about this? And why was it Mr. Graydon's plan to break into Windibanks that night? Did you not ask the reason?
Well,
Oh boy.
he said the place was full of stuff worth nicking. That's what he told us beforehand, anyway. Found out it was a load of cobblers, didn't he? Sorry. No, I was right. That's right. I'm doubting myself now. I weren't best pleased, I can tell you.
In any case, if they know the real reason, it doesn't sound like they're going to give it away. Alright, we've now pressed all of this testimony. Oh wait, we can press this and ask the other question.
No,
We could ask about the nature of the business.
Okay, you want to ask about the nature of the business?
Yes, I do. There we go. How did your little business work exactly?
Well, every morning down our way, the milkman would come with his cart to deliver milk, see? If you stuck your empties outside your front door, he would leave you there full again, right? So we swooped in on the action, got people to sign up with us. We promised to deliver milk for half the price of the other geezers doing it. People couldn't wait to sign on the dotted line. We were raking it in, we were.
So, did you live on a dairy farm or something?
God, definitely off your rocker, we had nothing. We were too poor to have a farm.
Right.
Now, what we had going on was simple once you had the idea. We just switch them over, see? Our customers' empties with the full ones from anyone who wasn't in our books.
Wow.
A dawdle, right?
Why did I even ask you? I think you meant to say a diddle, and that's a crime.
It was just an harmless bit of fun, that's all.
Milking Milking. Milking the general public in such a fashion is most certainly not harmless, as you put it.
Well, it was him who came up with the idea. Ash is the evil genius.
See, that's good information. You mean Mr. Graydon. He is so mad at me right now. He wishes me death and is glaring daggers at me. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things and could turn out to be extremely important. Okay.
Darn it, now we gotta listen to this again.
Yep.
This is what happens when you press the last statement in a cross-examination. You gotta learn the summary.
Yeah. All right, so we gotta present something on the testimony of these two, because otherwise we're stuck.
I mean, we did already extract some information from them, namely that Ashley is Ashley.
Yes, Ashley is in fact Ashley. What have we got? What have we got? What have we got? Let's think about it.
What do we have about the brickmaker? What's like?
We
what
have
evidence
his
do we?
blood on
We have his
this.
blood. What about the, the McGilded case as like as a victim? Is there any
Haven't looked
information?
at the McGilded case notes at all yet. So.
Chusato's book.
Oh! Mason Milverton, would you look at that?
Male. The 3 M's.
Wowies. Alright. I thought Mason was his last name, but okay.
I did too.
Cool.
I thought his first name was Thrice Fired.
I thought he had a different first name. He wasn't just going by it. Here we go! Mr. Ashley Milverton.
Sick burn.
Sick burn. Hi,
Pianui,
Pianui! Hello! Hide your eyes, cover your ears. We just had a major spoiler.
Yeah,
Oh,
it turns out
God.
that Egbert Benedict has lied about his name for the 2nd time in a row.
He's just lying. He's a lying liar
Yeah.
who lies. That's all you
He just,
need to know.
yeah, man who lied.
Don't worry about it. Yeah, cover your eyes, cover your ears.
Local Leicester.
But thank you for coming, Pianui. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court?
Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me.
No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all.
Slam.
The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name.
Idle music.
It's the music. Explain yourself, please, counsel. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with McGilded. Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. That's right, only Mason... See, they thought the same thing. Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Oh, Milverton? Do you mean to say Saints alive? I'm sorry, I had to be really stupid there.
Oh, it's
Mr.
fine.
Ashley Milverton. Thank you, Pianui! Hold on. Is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? Some Pianui love in the chat. Here we go.
I don't... As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you joined the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records.
Earlier, if Van Zeeks was like, this person is not on trial, we can't ask them questions, and now he's like, no, wait, I'm invested. He's just watching he's watching his soaps. That's what he feels like right now. He's like watching his soaps in the middle of the day like my grandma used to do. The truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it to McGilded in collaboration with your father. Why are we pointing at Van Zeeks? Oh, he objects.
This is slander!
It is in fact slander, you're correct. But it might also be true.
I carved a new life for myself as a respectable communications officer, as a gentleman. I have no idea what my father has been up to, but it has nothing to do with me. And may I remind the court.
Oh, Van Zeeks is done with his soaps now.
That the assertion that this disc contains some sort of message in Morse code has been reliably disproven by a professional and independent communications officer, no less.
The relationship between the victim of the omnibus case and this witness is undoubtedly significant. However, the defense's argument remains somewhat incomplete, I feel. No. I believe the cross-examination should continue.
Well?
Alright! So Morse code uses 2 tones. If I could just demonstrate the possibility that this could have been used to generate 2 distinct tones. Perhaps I should have a really good look over the music box for now. They're definitely trying to help me at this point.
Yeah.
I'm doing fine. You will reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon.
You know, now that I think about it, I wonder if you could have done it in the other order.
It's possible.
All right, let's give it a try now.
Okay.
Let's go double box it. If I must, though I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination.
You're pointless. He's pointless. Alright. Alright, so we're gonna present the music box.
Oh no, I think we press and then do the give it a try thingy.
What? Hold on. Press, and then what?
Remember, we got the option to like, it seems impossible, or give it a try.
Oh.
Remember that?
Maybe.
I think we go back to that.
Hold it! Okay, we'll try again. Oh god, this is gonna take forever.
Don't worry, you just press the button. Oh, frick. This is gonna take forever.
Yeah, it's gonna take forever.
No.
I think you could probably have done these in the opposite order.
Makes sense.
Give it a try. There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least.
Objection!
Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum?
Does it please you to keep throwing wine at people? Like...
It's already been established that to be Morse code, 2 dots are required. Dots and dash. Sorry, 2 tones are required. Dots and dashes.
All we have is dots. Yes, I'm well aware of that.
Then what?
Your mom, Your Honor. Sorry, I'm done. Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. Uh-huh. You had better present your idea at once, counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to cipher secret messages into Morse code?
Okay. This makes sense.
We turn it,
We turn it.
and we open it. Yes.
Quit repeating yourselves due to the fact that we did this out of order and I was too paranoid about being wrong.
Look at that. Blah, blah, blah.
Resentma.
Present! Good gracious, what am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of the music box.
What?
What you say?
My soap's back on.
It appears, my lord, that the two movements are linked together. In other words, you can put 2 discs in this music box. And the sounds of both will play back at the same time. Good heavens! As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of 2 tones, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message.
Ah!
Oh, we got him now. We got him now. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth in orange.
The truth, you say?
That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. By dint of this music box, you mean, counsel? Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it on to McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever.
But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end.
Dun dun dun. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learnt of the situation, you appeared at Windibanks 2 days ago in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn there. Oh, he's holding his arm again.
But that attempt failed.
One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box?
I knew nothing about that.
On the night that Mr. Windibank was killed, the music box was moved. The intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item, and one item alone. The music box. As rather ingeniously demonstrated, using the 2 prints from the security camera, indeed. Security camera.
Judge calling us smart. Judge calling us smart.
So the question that naturally begs answering is this. Why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious. Because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Falling apart! Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? Lose it, lose it, lose it, lose it. Oh, he's gonna do it. He's gonna do it!
I refuse to accept any of this nonsense.
He is too composed for me. Get him, Van Zeeks. Get him, Judge. Sir. There appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. Oh dear, there does. What? Oh dear, there does.
Ah.
2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windibank's pawnbrokery. 1 took the life of the pawnbroker himself. 1 struck the pouch around Mr. Sholmes's waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Hi, Lark!
We're revealing the truth.
We are revealing the truth. Mr. Graydon. That wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide. It's a bullet wound, isn't it?
He's got you now, me old China. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon.
Oh.
Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly, I was a fool to think I could trust some common backslum thieves.
Uh-oh.
Fine, I admit it. I was there in Windibanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures.
Why did you wear white? You could have gotten away with this if you'd worn a dark color.
Because I have my style.
I guess so.
Nothing stops for the style. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGilded. As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort.
Uh-huh. He's not going to go down without a fight. Not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact.
Which is...
Well, we know that 1 bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholmes's waist. Thank you for the hydrate. I will hydrate. Okay. Onward. And the bullet from Mr. Windibank's gun. Clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm. Indeed it must. We could rule out the possibility that the man shot himself.
Surprisingly.
And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windibank was shot by a third gun, which can only have been fired by the third intruder in orange. Goodness! Don't act surprised, Judgy Wudgy. Don't act surprised, Van Zeeks. That's right, Mr. Graydon. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Windibank that night is you.
Hold it!
There he goes. There he goes. There he goes. There he goes, guys. We're getting it. We're getting the villain breakdown.
You little upstart. You've made a great mistake when you summoned me here.
Oh my. What? What's that supposed to mean?
Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbroker's. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I'd built for myself at the communication station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility?
Of what? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility?
The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You see, this makes me a key witness in the case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client.
What? Or are you suggesting?
I saw it all.
Exactly! I'm the real victim here. Okay, Karen.
I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at the poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him.
You what? Order! Well, it would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial.
Mr. Graydon. Yes? I trust you are fully aware of the implications here.
I hope your arm falls off.
If it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer. Oh, I understand fully.
Then I must ask you, good grief, to give your formal testimony once more. I need a drink, is what I need.
Hydrate. You get that hydrate from Zen.
I got that hydrate, but I need a different kind of hydration, if you know what
Hold
I
on,
mean.
let me get you another hydrate then.
Get me a.
We're out of stock. I can't give you a hydrate.
Oh no, it's gone the timer.
Darn it.
It'll replenish after a few minutes.
Okay.
Ah!
Here, have a snack, and the snack is an alcoholic beverage of some kind.
God, I need to go get it. Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. Okay. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim.
Maybe at the next ad break. It's in like 13, 12 minutes.
I will go get me some soju, honest.
Nothing would give me greater pleasure.
I have peach soju and I will use it.
That's a blunt force weapon.
Exactly. I'm going to throw it at Ashley.
If that is your real name.
That is, in fact, your real name.
While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Winterbank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused, in a black coat, shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood splatter all over that wretched girl.
Oh, okay.
Then she tossed the gun out the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape.
Well, there are all kinds of holes we can put in this testimony. Good gracious! This is quite extraordinary testimony, and I'm about to poke holes in it. You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. Ordar.
It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit.
You did.
So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation.
The truth.
More like the poop. Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details.
I love that even Van Zeke seems unimpressed.
Yes, well, sorry about that. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused.
With what gun? This makes no sense.
And as I said, she was showered in his blood. I think he's saying that Gina had a gun from somewhere. And that he took it with him when he left. It's a little weird. It's why we're getting the little weird music.
It's a little silly.
It's a little silly. You say the blood splattered all over the accused coat? Are you sure on that point?
Let's get the coat and evidence and shoot it with the blood gun and see what happens.
We already did. It's got Milverton's blood on it. Mason. Oh yes, quite
That's
sure.
Right. I forgot about that.
All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time.
Really? If her coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here.
Oh, frick. This is a trap.
Come on.
Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. This is a trap.
What? This is a trap. This is absolutely a trap.
This is a trap. Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's to true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry.
There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound.
Ideas are no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand.
Maybe you should sit then.
In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as a basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used, with your lordship's permission.
I hate this man. There he goes.
We could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes. This is a trap.
This is a trap.
This is a trap.
This doesn't look good, Runo. Why not? Because you're dumb and you forgot about the coat like I did. Well, we know, don't we? That there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat. If they test it with their chemicals... Oh, help. You're right! I was forgetting what happened yesterday. Don't move, Ginny! I'm going to shoot!
Ginny is dead.
But that's not Mr. Windibank's blood. That stain is from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood, from when he was stabbed by McGilded, who was wearing the coat at the time. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution. That wasn't very smart of you. Overruled. Lord Van Zieks, make it so at once.
With pleasure, my lord.
Dude, the thing. Never mind.
Can't believe he's using the fact that his dad's dead in order to incriminate Gina.
Yeah, well, he didn't really like his dad, did he? Like, did he? I don't think so. And while we await the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination.
Okay, so we have a very short window of time in order to stop this.
Once they find that blood on the overcoat, Gina will be... Counsel? Yes, my lord. Your cross-examination. Of course, my lord. If this cross-examination doesn't go well, if I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. Oh boy, time to die.
The war.
Alright, so we know he's lying. I can press on this, but...
Run the presses.
Let's do it. Mr. Windibank emerged from the storeroom, I believe.
Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them.
He flew? Did he have wings?
He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. I've never been so scared in all my life. Yeah, we're just your regular mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence.
Says the pair who carry a gun.
To share.
What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop?
I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items.
Looking for the music box, of course.
The broker went for Nash in the first Sorry. The broker went for Nash in the first place. In the first instance, in the first moment. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. Clearly, I was wrong.
Exactly.
But I was wrong. Was trying to help me, little bro, but the old geezer chucked me over the blooming counter. So I pulled me gun on the old fella. That soon made him scarper.
The pair of you setting upon the poor defenseless pawnbroker together? Shame on you.
In their defense, he had a gun. Sorry, Gov. He was not defenseless. He had an entire gun.
Hold it!
You mean that's the moment you were shot?
Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the 3 men were brawling. It was at exactly that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot.
And the bullet went on to strike the calendar in the wall behind you.
So it would appear.
Well, that makes sense why there's blood by, like, on the calendar, because he was close to it.
Yeah.
Okay.
When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it.
That had to have taken some skill.
Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. Did Mr. Winterbank intend to shoot you, do you think? Well, now, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home. When I pulled my gun on him, he tried to shove me out of the way. Then he scampered through that door out back.
At which point, what did you do?
Hold it!
You mean you chased after him?
I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop.
And what about this peephole in the door you mentioned?
Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom's door's a solid job, made of stout wood. But there's a small opening in about a head height that lets you see what's what from there on the outside.
Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night.
Eyes! And what about your burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through this people as well? I like to come to see nothing of the sort, Calvin. I doubt these two buffoons were even aware of the people's existence. They are pretty short.
So the Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Winterbank take place.
Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there.
The defendant?
Yes, though neither of them noticed I was looking. The girl raised a gun and pointed it straight at the man.
And then, what did you see next?
Hold it!
Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand.
We're in serious focus mode. We are not making it nearly as much commentary as we usually do.
I know! I'm paying so much attention to what they're saying. I'm like, trying to find the holes. But that was Mr. Winterbank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you.
But no. It wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Winterbank's gun grazed my arm. And yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely. A third gun. The broker's gun was not the murder weapon. So clearly there had to be a third firearm involved.
It was my arm. I'm the firearm.
In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time.
Objection!
Yeah,
Regina getting a gun? A gun store?
Oh, ad break in progress.
Get your drink.
I'm about to. I'm thinking about it. Oh my god. You guys really don't want me to play drunk Ace Attorney, though.
Fair point.
Not that.
Maybe just smell it a lot.
Oh, it's peach. It'll smell really good. It smell good.
Good smella.
I wonder how much of it I actually have. Hold on. I'm gonna literally go look. Hold on. Unless somebody else in my house wants to overhear me and bring it to me. No, I'm kidding. I'm gonna go get it. Hold on. Let me
Okie dokie.
go get it. I'm gonna see how much I have, because if it's a ridiculous amount, I'm not gonna. Don't you LMAO at me, Zen? Don't you LMAO at me? I feel like.
One smart
Hold
fella,
on.
he felt smart.
Alright, there's not a substantial amount of this left. We have soju, and I'm gonna need this to get through Van Zeeks and Ashley. Alright, oh, thank you for the glass. Look at glass has materialized as well. How about that? Okay, I'm back, everybody.
Hi.
My soju has just been stolen. Hold on. What's going on in my house? I have 45 seconds. You guys, there's a comedy going on in my house right now. I'm so sorry. Comedy. Oh, God. There is no immersion here. The immersion is broken. Thank you. I'm gonna need this to deal with Ashley Milverton. But no other gun was found at the scene. Oh, wait, we're not back from the ad yet. I haven't even had anything to drink yet.
You're doing like a Doc Brown situation.
I'm doing something. 2, 1. Ad break ended! But no other gun was found at the scene. Have a breakdown
That's
already.
The wrong song. I was trying to do the pursuit theme for this game, but I accidentally did Battle Against the True Warrior from Undertale. My bad. Calm yourself, Council.
No, I refuse, actually. Sorry?
You must consider the events in order.
I think he shot him through the peephole.
At first I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then, all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. And it was at that moment that the little gutter rat shot him in the back.
A chilling image, I must say. Okay. I don't want to press on this.
We gotta learn.
Hold it!
In order to uncover the truth, we gotta face the untruth head on.
All over her.
Yes, through the peephole, I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, what with the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you, that garment is sullied with the victim's blood.
Well, it is sullied with blood, that's for sure. But it's not Mr. Windibank's blood, is it? No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when McGilded stabbed him 2 months ago. It's so annoying. If they'd only accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that. But they won't. So unfortunately, we can't use it as evidence to support our case. How about the fact there's no blood on the rest of her clothing? Bother. Why would you pick it up? This doesn't make any sense.
Hold it!
You don't make any sense. Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room.
That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over.
Over where exactly?
In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then... the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the door.
But why on earth would she do such a thing?
Graydon's probably going to say something about a locked room mystery or something, I don't know.
Right.
I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up.
Uh-huh.
I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there, in case any more tragedies took place.
I don't even think Van Zeeks is buying this one.
So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime.
And where is it?
Yes, it was yours truly.
Am I doing another
Ella?
one?
I left the clear up to my lackeys and left.
Okay. Clear up.
The reclearing.
I mean, that's what I always do when I see a murder weapon on the ground, pick it up and walk off with it. Yeah, Zen, me too. Every time I see a
Good.
murder weapon, I pick it up and I collect it. Like
And
Pokemon.
it's like a compulsion. You
Yeah.
add it to the court record. We made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Flute told us to tidy it up. He thinks he's not blooming mud sometimes. Well, I was paying you enough, by God.
Clearly not enough because they didn't shut up. So,
It was like
you know,
10 guineas.
It wasn't enough, clearly. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket?
You little toe rag!
You're like a...
Oh my.
You're like a bull at a gate, aren't you?
Oh dear.
What in the frick?
We have a problem, I think. Pursue!
Excuse me.
Excuse me, what is going on over here? Gentlemen!
Ah. Something wrong, sunshine?
That should be my line. You do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin.
I mean, he's a bit of a hooligan, ain't he?
What was going on just now?
You saw him. He grabbed me whistle. Why the blazes, he said. Didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down to the station?
And why didn't you?
We didn't know nothing about it. Well, that flaming peephole in the door. Sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rag sometimes. Not hurt, are you? Lying me away is looking at me. He's giving me the willies.
Jeepers. That was strange.
It was.
The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone. No, that wasn't like Gregsy at all.
It was a very ungregular activity.
Gregular. It was very egregular, would you say?
Mm.
I'm sorry. uh, he's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him.
Yeah, that's because you're you, though.
Yeah, yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris. I'm so proud of you. You liked my puns, and thanks. Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character. Chomp. Now I want fish and chips. Alright.
My lord!
Oh, God. They've got the coat. Oh, frick.
Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination.
Explain yourself, officer.
I have the results of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord.
And we are fucked, my lord.
The blood on the accused's overcoat.
I hate this game. Thank you, officer. Very well, the cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended.
Nice.
I presume you have no objection, counsel.
I would love to have an objection.
I have so many objections. No, my lord.
Well, there you have it. The report, please, Inspector.
Let's go, Inspector.
Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of splattering following a gunshot wound.
A gunshot wound in particular?
End of report.
Goodness me!
I think this is a case of finding what they were looking for, sort of.
Yeah.
Like a mild bit of bias. See? What did I tell you?
That was a new one.
Objection!
Was.
Objection. No! The blood on that coat is not Mr. Windibanks. What on earth makes you say that, counsel? The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windibanks, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case.
Objection!
Really?
Well, the dead cannot speak.
But I can.
Isn't that right, Nipponese friend?
I can tell you to shut up.
But then I cannot speak.
Sorry. God, not the wine. You know what, sir? I'm drinking in your honor, okay? I'm not gonna throw my drink like you do, like a toddler throwing a temper tantrum.
2 months ago, in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGilded's innocence? And yet, now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer.
I mean, you have a point, but I don't like it.
Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country.
Ah, but that was...
I call it a valley disgrace. Treachery, that's what it is. Gotta determine whether the blood on that coat is 2 months old or not. Even a stethoscope couldn't help the answer to that problem pop out. It can't be done!
Could the doctor tell us? I don't know. But...
Well, he's a surgeon, not a blood
Yeah.
pathologist.
Oh! Damn, look at history. We used Mr. Sholmes' specially formulated chemicals, and he says, Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist. Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer?
I held out Peroski to starving boy, and he ran away crying.
Oh. Oh my god, we're gonna have to do another summation examination, I swear to god.
Sherlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination.
Whatever.
His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all.
How could you say that?
Victory is sweet indeed.
Creep.
This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish.
How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir?
As the witness said, the accused coat was spattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid, and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth.
None of that, none of that, none of that, none of that.
My lord! Been a long battle, this one. This old warhorse has something to say now, if you please.
Their chairs are red again. We're gonna have to do another summation examination. Kill me. Mr. Foreman, yeah.
As of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men? All for one now. Sir!
Sir!
Guilty.
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 Guilty, guilty, guilty.
Go to guilty jail.
Well, it would appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict. Just kill me at this point.
The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony.
We're too busy trying to unpick your hairstyle.
Here's to any attempt you may make at unpicking the juror's decision being equally successful.
I don't believe it. After I've come so far. How is it all unraveling on me so fast? Come on, Ryunosuke.
How very distressing. To be held in such low esteem. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo?
What is going on? Why is the bailiff talking?
Bailiff has freaking opinions.
Officer? You've delivered the report now. That will be all, thank you.
It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind.
I know that voice.
You know that voice, Ascella.
Am I going mad? Oh, God. Ah! It's Sholmes. Yeah, knew it. Mr. Sholmes! Looking kind of good in that jacket.
Yeah!
Yeah!
Master of disguise.
Looking kind of barrel-chested. Oh, look, he's got a booty. He got that booty in that uniform. Okay, Ordar.
What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard, you were recuperating in hospital.
I'm not dead yet. No, you know what? It's that I lived bitch meme. Like, that's Sholmes to Van Zeeks.
As well I would be, had I not been set upon an errand.
He is so mad. Grayson is so mad. I'm pointing at my screen instead of pointing at my mouse. He's so mad. Look how mad he is. Gregson wants to die.
What errand?
You're carrying again.
Hurley, it's really you! You're awake at last!
Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you would humor me,
In what manner, sir?
I would like to hear a joke. I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there.
My testimony.
I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to pass the time?
What say you to this, Lord Van Zieks?
This trial has taken many hours of the court's time, having spent so long already. Exactly! Having spent so long already, we don't want to go wasting any more precious time. As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes.
Get it. Very well then. Counsel, you have 5 minutes. If there's a timer on my screen, I swear to God.
Do.
Hurley!
My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival.
Mr. Sholmes, are you all right now?
All right, I'm all wrong.
Sorry.
I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I have to judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me should I pass out.
Aww. Let's make this discussion as short as possible.
Hurley, this place is full of idiots! None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is!
Well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigation. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community. An oversight on my part.
Right. Modesty? Surely not.
But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow.
A bento? Is it from Susato? Oh my god. What's that? A lavender furoshiki wrapping.
A leaving present from Miss Susato.
What's in it? From Miss Susato.
If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor.
Ah, that's who was talking to him in the hospital. Okay. That's right. Yeah. I don't understand.
Miss Susato foresaw today's events, I believe.
Because she can see the future.
She can. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhanded. And that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are, want to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. At that very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions.
A leaving present from Susato-san. Whatever could it be? What is this?
Oh! It's the machine I made!
Is it a time machine?
Do you remember this?
I do remember this, yes. The door cutter.
The cat flap-o-matic.
Meow. He's so cute.
Look! I used this! It's my latest invention!
Are we gonna cut a hole in the dude so he can't get away? Awesome. What is that?
I call it the cat flap-o-mat!
I added an ick at the end, I'm sorry.
It can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. What's Susie up to?
Miss Susato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant.
Oh no, you gotta fight.
What? Didn't she say something like that?
You really are the best judicial assistant in the world.
Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure.
Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes?
That night, when you left Winterbanks in pursuit of the thieves, Miss Susato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow.
Not at all cryptic then. Susato-san used this cat flap-a-mat that night. But why? The cat flap-a-mat has been entered into the court record. Okay. Okay. Can you stop throwing things? I'm gonna tell your mom.
Your 5 minutes is over.
I'm telling his mom. We're out of time already? Are we?
I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, Detective.
Oh, we called him Detective.
After all,
Okay.
the die is cast.
You die. Yeah.
Is it really?
Is it really?
The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile.
You say that every time, my dude.
I wonder...
Ooh, the music!
Mr. Naruhodo!
Yes?
The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan?
I'm gonna cut a hole in Ashley Grayson. A cat door-shaped hole. And then he will be dead, and we will not have a problem because I will be going to jail. The rest is down to me. I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end. Badly. Shut up. Your safe's coming. Don't mind me.
Don't worry, we'll fix it in post.
Safe's coming, don't mind me. The defense requests what? I need to look. Hold on.
How far does the history go? Nothing.
We can't inspect it. We can't do anything with it.
It stands alone. It is it.
Wait!
Oh.
Ooh! Goodness. Whew! Those vicious teeth look like they could rip through almost anything. They're good, aren't they? They're made of a special alloy I developed just for this job. The cutter rotates 10 times per second, so it can get through any kind of door in no time at all. And what are the two parts at the top there? Ah, those are for attaching hinges to the section of the door that gets cut out. Huh. Right, of course. Nothing can match this machine for power. It can make mincemeat of even the toughest of doors. It sounds so charming and friendly when you say what it's for, but it feels like the reality of the cat Flapomat is that it's a grim weapon of door destruction. Wow, guys, so adorable. There's nothing I wouldn't do for him. Even developing deadly weapons. Oh my god, this child. This girl. I've looked it over. How can I make use of it? Okay. So, let's go back.
So,
you asked about the history? Let's look at the
yeah.
history.
How far does it go?
Pretty far. Oh no, it goes back to the cat Flapomat.
All right, that's not enough.
What's your question?
I don't have one.
What's your observation? What's your...
We're in a weird situation.
Yes. We're losing. There's not a hole in the door. Look. And now there's a hole in the door. I noticed that earlier and I was like, not sure it was going to become relevant, but now I get it. Susato made that hole in the door. Or someone did. Someone got blasted. No. The peephole wasn't always there, and we have to prove that. So we can do that with the cross-examination.
Are we allowed to cross-examine?
It says further cross-examination right there.
Yeah, but I mean like in terms of legal proceedings.
Maybe we could go straight to the summation examination and...
I don't know if we can hold up the scrutiny here. You want to go for a cross-examination? We can go for cross-examination.
You don't think we should go for the summation examination? You're the one that knows how this game works.
This is a lot of pressure on me.
It is a lot of pressure, yeah. What to do? What is time to think gonna get me? Nothing.
No.
I don't have time to bat end. I don't know what to do.
Van Zix is of the opinion that if we try and go for a summation examination, we will not succeed. Sholmes is like, hey, Runosuke, what do you want to do right now? Which is pretty open-ended. So I think the unexpected Sholmesian move would be to go for cross-examination.
That's what I think too, because I think we can prove that there wasn't a peephole in the door prior to the crime. You know?
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking.
All right, let's do it.
Further cross-examination.
Objection!
You object all you want, son of a...
You lose. The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now.
I don't want a new witness. I want an old witness. The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness. Rather, to continue with one of an existing witness.
What?
Yeah, you hurt me.
It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. My lord! Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination.
Aha, that's right. He interrupted the cross-examination. It wasn't done yet. Good point, good point, good point. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel? No, my lord.
So nobody can say anything then. If Runo asks to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon,
The court is obliged to allow it.
Get wrecked, Ashley Grayson.
This is absurd.
Cry more, Van Zeeks. Go throw your wine like the baby you are. I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony, and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it. A single chance to present evidence. If, following that, the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any further.
My lord.
Yes, my lord.
A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell in a dead faint.
Oh, Lord. Bye, Sholmes. We'll miss you.
I leave this in your capable hands.
We've lost him. Bye, Sholmes. Thank you for
See ya.
your help. Mr. Sholmes! He's dead. Show his feet at least. Damn. To stand so insouciantly? What?
Darn it.
Before the court in a state of such high fever. Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling.
Marked by blithe unconcern, nonchalant.
Nonchalant. Just say nonchalant!
I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers.
Just say nonchalant. Strike a man when he's down, why don't you?
E-E-B.
He's EP? Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared? I am. I know exactly what I'm gonna do. Yes. One statement. One piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down, or Iris. Smack. And I won't waste this final chance that Susato-san has given me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial. Very well then, under the terms I have outlined, you may resume the cross-examination. The moment of the shooting, again.
Oh, listen to this.
I'm just gonna listen to the music for a second. It's good music.
Heck yeah.
is our statement. We have to produce some evidence, though. And that's either... Whoa! I went back.
It's got to be what we just got.
It is. It's got to be. So we're going to present, right?
Yep.
The gun. Or we could present the picture. Well, we have to give context to the picture.
Yeah,
so
I think we need to
present the gun, right?
We need to represent the fact that doors can be made. Shame to lose the music, though.
I know. It's kind of good. Can we get this
We'll
on
hear
the
it
music
again.
box?
That'd be great.
Objection. Let's go. What on earth is that eccentric contraption, Council? Oh, it's my cat Flap-A-Mat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door you can think of and make a new little door in the middle of it. Iris theme. That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please, without their owners having to open the main door.
I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves.
I'm gonna read my whole sentence. Ashley Graydon. Oh, you were rude to Iris? You must die.
That cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. I like the word contrivance.
Contrivance.
I like the word contrivance. It's a good word.
Oh, really?
It's not my favorite tier 4 cosmological entity, but it's a pretty good word. My favorite tier 4 cosmological entity would have to be... It's either deceit or... I forgot the name. It's freaking... The waste disposal one. I forgot. Decay? Probably. Anyway, go on.
It's your line. Go for it.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying it to myself. Like, get it over with, exception. Move on from this bit.
I like the bit. It was
Nobody knows about heckin' the admonition series from the Foundation. You're not reaching anybody with this.
But what if there is one viewer that you have reached today? If we are the one viewer you have reached today, please clip this moment.
Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's shop.
Door.
I mean, the entire shop also correct.
Also correct.
I'm not
reading
inventing that.
another. I'm not reading another
doing it.
either.
I've corrected myself.
I'm done with this. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. Perhaps it would help if I described its function another way then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all. I beg your pardon. A peephole, you say? 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windibank had taken place.
That's right. According to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes.
Yes, the 3 of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time. Your assistant did what? There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom. Is it? Uh-oh. We've lost
Oh,
exception.
frick, nope, I'm good.
Okay.
This is ludicrous! What are you trying to say?
Ludicrous, you say?
Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much of my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake?
Yes. How could you? Counsel, kindly say what you mean. No, Your Honor, I choose to be cryptic. All right, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. Let's go. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door. And until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through.
What? No!
Get wrecked, dude. Get wrecked.
Objection!
You object too much.
This is a farce. Are you really suggesting that the people in the door was...
Yes, it was created only after the incident has taken place by my judicial assistant using this device. Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions. That is a most serious act of vandalism, for which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes. Riddled with, explain yourself, counsel. The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door.
Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in black. In the back.
We're doing great today, guys.
Yeah, it's okay.
However, if, at the time of the incident, that peephole did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Or dar, okay. Is there any credence in this revelation?
Objection!
Object all you want, my dude.
None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly! This is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me!
I'm afraid not, sir.
Of course it is! Do you seriously expect someone to... Do you seriously expect people to believe that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door?
Oh, yes. I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors.
That's absurd! I don't believe it for a second!
I had a feeling you'd say that.
What? Let's test it on him.
Wacky! Cooey! Time for dinner! Chippa, meow. Meow. Good baby. Well... Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make cat flaps in the oak paneling at the Old Bailey.
I'm not done yet. Don't worry. This doesn't mean that the people in the storeroom door at Windibanks was made by your machine. I'm sorry.
You're fine.
This doesn't mean that the people in the storeroom door at Windibanks was made by your machine.
Yes, it does.
And there's no way you can prove that it was.
Au contraire.
No, but it's easy.
What?
The cat flaps my cat flapomat creates are all of a fixed size. And the dimensions of the peephole at Windibanks are an exact match.
Ugh.
Old Silky's lost for words.
Excellent work, Iris. Thank you.
And now it's my learned student friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel.
Oh no, it's not.
I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home.
Well, yes, that's true.
Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts.
Nope, I got no problem. I got 99 problems, but you're not one.
For the sake of argument, let us assume the people as dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption.
Okay.
In that case, when was the people cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer.
I got you. What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zeeks?
It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the people was created after the incident using this device. But now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof.
Ugh.
And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the people was made, my learned friend's claims amount to nothing more than a baseless accusation.
What? Indeed, that is so, Lord Van Zeeks. Well, counsel?
Renowski, you need to be more on top of things. You already know the answer to this one.
Come on, buddy. Don't
Yeah,
give
come
up
on.
now, Runo. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through.
Nice pun, Iris.
Good one. I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Susato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. Very well. The counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Send me to the court record. Send me to the court record. Proof
We're
that
there.
the peephole in the door of Windibank's storeroom was created after the event and not before. This picture right here. Do I have to examine and present? No, I can just
I think-
present it. Cool.
Hey, just present it.
Let's go.
Take that!
Take that.
What are you?
What are you?
A print from the detective's infernal cameras again.
Indeed. My judicial assistant, Miss Susato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. And the necessary proof is this photographic print, counsel. This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises.
Agreed.
Okay?
And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielding a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker.
But more to the point.
Ben Zeeks always has to have his angle.
It pictures the storeroom door in the background. Let me see that print again. I don't believe it. This really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of a peephole of any description. Mr. Graydon, you couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done. Because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies in orange. Get the music. Get the music. A new spin.
We've had a new spin on it.
Order. I am satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious.
That's not the only thing we now know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistance guild can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with a crime scene.
Get over yourself.
But more importantly,
Good lord, there's more, Lord Van Zeeks.
the defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. But that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. Yes, that's right.
What?
I was there at the scene, it's true. And I was shot in the arm, it's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here.
God, really, dude? Oh, please, no! I don't believe this. But they're right, as it stands now. I don't have any definitive proof that he is the culprit.
Still, he can't worm his way out of it now.
Iris?
You know what they say? There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted. Isn't that right, Runo? As Hurley always says, one lie begets another. No, wait! That might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories.
Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense.
Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark?
Your arm is bleeding and your hair was messed up and you fixed your hair while I was conferring with my judicial assistant. Vain.
Style.
What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there is a fundamental inconsistency in your statements.
What?
Objection!
Ah!
This is provocative talk, counsel.
You know what's provocative? You throwing wine at people.
Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency.
Iris was right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witness's statements. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about. Namely, the bloodstains on the coat. Right? The bloodstains on the coat. Because that's what he claimed to have seen through the peephole. But also, wait, none of these are wrong. None of these are wrong. Hold on. He shouldn't know about the peephole because it wasn't there when he was there. He would have maybe known about the bloodstains on the coat and maybe about the third gun, but it's the peephole.
I think he would have known about the third gun. It was his gun.
It was his gun, yeah, exactly. And the bloodstains on the coat, I guess. But the peephole he shouldn't have known about, right? The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing.
You're not making any sense.
Neither do you, because you lie.
Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door?
What? Well, obviously I...
You what?
Uh, uh,
Did you go back to the scene of the crime? Has the cat got your tongue, witness? The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred. And once I returned to the shop, having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windibanks constantly, carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson?
well, yes, of course. The place is chock full of pawned articles, and my lads had to thoroughly examine them all. So I gave the order to have officers working around the clock in shifts till we get through it all.
And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Uh-huh. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the peephole in the storeroom door. So the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door.
How on earth is that possible? Who's
I think I know,
Gregson!
yeah. Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Zeeks? Speak, Inspector. It's just that I really ought to get back to the station now with my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so if it's all the same to you... Permission denied.
I'm with you on this one, Van Zeeks.
Oh. It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Of course, sir.
Mr. Graydon. Oh, we were doing that through an ad break! Damn.
Oh well,
That's
we
too
keep
bad.
going.
We keep going. You shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Ugh.
Objection!
Uh-huh. Why are you objecting to that?
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications.
That's why I uttered them, but thank you for conferring with me on the subject. Yes. But the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be. Who is the person in question, counsel? Who gave this witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony? Man. Alright. It's gotta be Gregson, right? These two wouldn't have known. They weren't still there. Gregson would know, and that's probably why he's been freaking out this whole time.
Man.
You think it's right?
Yeah.
I can't think of anybody else it could be, so...
Like, process of elimination
Process
is
of
pretty
elimination
strong
is
here.
good.
Take that!
God. The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson. Damn.
Me?
Objection!
You
had better have
oh,
some...
Sorry.
Why did you...
I was gonna scold him, but you go ahead.
It's just you both started with you had better, and I got confused.
Yes,
you were like
that's
reading
because
the
I was
line.
going to scold him, but you go ahead.
You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend.
You had better get used to getting your ass kicked, Van Zieks. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today. Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess. While the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communications station. And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea. No inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. Are you suggesting that until such time as he was summoned? Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the people. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position. That he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder.
You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information,
Ooh, you're so mad!
so that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin.
Ooh, Kitty's mad! Kitty's angry. It's just a kitty now. Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson.
This is a bloomin' outrage! Why would I be giving away details of our investigation to this fella, eh?
I don't know either. Another.
I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Had you forgotten that?
Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery.
Which means... the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after proceedings resumed following the recess.
Weren't they talking to each other at one point, though?
Exactly. Since then, they've been in full view in the stand where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred.
Except they did.
Exactly.
Oh, I just remembered something, Bruno. What is it, Iris? There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Jenny was testifying. Oh, yes. Now you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilbin's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it! It was during that testimony. I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then.
You little dorag, you're making all this up. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that?
I wonder if somebody threatened your job or your life.
Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke?
I want fish and chips now. And admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense.
What deal, counselor?
You getting mad?
I wonder if, perhaps, in exchange for details about the peephole at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance. I like the word malfeasance. That's a good word.
Well, I...
Objection!
Objection.
It's becoming clear
Is it?
that jumping in with accusations is this Nipponese student's specialty.
He's pretty good at it.
I don't do that.
You're so good at it! But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim.
Ah, crap. Evidence?
Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return?
The other music disc.
The court must see proof of this alleged deal.
I really think it's the other music disc. Okay. If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it. Bruno, do you think it could be... Yes. It's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. I must press you for an answer now, counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with the witness? It's the music box. It's the music box. Right? Am I crazy? Is it the music box? Or is it the... Wait, there's the extra bullet, but yeah. Hold on. Hold on. I have two theories here.
All right.
I have two schools of thought here. One is that it's the music box, because the thing he offered him is the music box disc. The missing disc. That's one. But the piece of evidence that could point to a reason why he needed to make a deal would be the extra bullet, the stray bullet that was found in Sholmes's pouch thing. Holster. Because that's what proves that Scotland Yard didn't do their job. See what I'm getting at? Am I crazy?
Kinda. I don't know if, like, okay, in terms of music disc theory, that makes sense. The one hiccup is that we don't have the second disc to talk about the deal with, so music box may be decent. On the bullet theory, I don't think Graydon would know about that because that happened after he left when
That's true.
the brothers were alone and Renosuke showed up.
Good point. Music box it is. Let's present this sucker.
Take that!
Inspector Gregson. Besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case?
What? Are you getting that now, Sunshine?
I think next time you voice Gregson, you have to do it while eating fish and chips. You have to do it with a mouthful of fish. Good luck. Is it possible that this other top secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice.
How the bleeding Nora did you...
We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at Windibanks by Magnus McGilded. A special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. This is such a delightful departure from where we started. We have come so far. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon, in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case.
You
Gregson, I thought we were friends.
My chips are on the floor now.
Order! On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windibanks, you said this.
I'll be taking that whatever it is of McGilden's down to the yard. Thank you very much. So hand it over.
No, don't! Don't give it to him! It's mine, that is, mine!
I'm sorry, miss. But anything belonging to McGilden has to be taken in as evidence now.
Scotland Yard already knew at that time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGilden was involved in the stealing of government secrets. No wonder they set him on fire.
My orders were: recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry. And do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. Well, I mean, not likely. I mean, I wasn't sure of it myself. I realized there was a possibility, that's all.
Inspector Shirley. Surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness. To aid and abet this man in giving false testimony? There is no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the people. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men. This music is so good.
It is.
I'm distracted. No. Very, very, very eloquent, guys.
If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom.
Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that?
Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective.
What?
What's that supposed to mean, eh? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly, he would not have accepted the gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand.
Good gracious. Then you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc actually on his person.
Yes!
Yes. The defense demands that the inspector is searched at once. Definitely. They could only have struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before. And Gregsy hasn't moved from the witness stand since. My lord, please, order an examination of his personal effects immediately. Well, Inspector? Just turn it over, Gregson. Just turn it over.
This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me and my profession quite enough.
Eh?
However, If it'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search.
What? What? He's going to agree to it.
I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You've made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If, following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end. And my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded.
That sounds serious.
I'm going to talk to your manager.
Okay, Karen. Karen Van Zeeks. Sorry, I'm done now. I'm done. Indeed, to have a visiting student make such defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook. You're just threatening Bruno because you're scared.
The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences.
It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here. I think Van Zeeks has it. Very well, counsel. You know the implications. So let me ask you one final time. Yes, my lord. Do you still persist in formally requesting a search of the inspector's personal effects? Search someone else has got to be the answer. Who is it though?
So this, okay, here's my thinking on the matter. Gregson is way too okay with this for the fact that he's about to reveal government secrets on his person. So if he's okay with it, this is either the world's greatest bluff, which is un-Gregson-like for him.
Yeah, that's not happening.
Very, very low Gregsonage percentage.
Percent Greg. Anyway, continue.
It's a very un-Gregsonic action of his.
Yes.
Or he's hidden it. Or got it off of himself somehow.
Yeah, he's hiding it somewhere, I feel like, but I don't know. It's in his fish and chips. I
think Gregson is generally in a bit of a tough situation because he is like an inspector trying to do like good inspector things, but now he's sort of been pressed into,
we cornered him on it.
help abetting a criminal in order to save government secrets. So I feel like he's been acting very un-Gregsonular this entire time.
Yeah, I agree. Where do we think it is, though? Because if we say search someone else...
He's only been on the stand. He has never not been on the stand.
He was talking to what's his name? The Skulkin brother. He was shaking him. Maybe he has it.
Search someone else.
Yeah, search someone else. Let's go. Yes, the defense formally demands the search be conducted. Well!
Don't say you weren't warned. But your typical Nipponese stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. Go take a bath. Fair enough. I've got nothing to hide.
I said search someone else! What's going on here? Very well then. Bailiff, conduct a search of the... Oh.
The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson.
What?
What?
Now what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me.
No, no, Inspector. Not you. Somebody else.
What's the meaning of all this, eh? Lost it at last, have you, sunshine?
I'm so sad to see, like, the tenuous bond between Ryunosuke and Gregson being challenged like this. It makes me a little sad. It makes me a little sad.
This is truly the perils of middle management.
He kind of is.
The court shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational.
Iris.
Oh, be quiet, all of you. Bruno's doing what you all told him to do and having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way. Aw, Iris. You're the only person in this courtroom who's an ounce of good, that's not being racist, and is being kind of cool. Like, good for you. Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits his next words.
That is a very, very kind way of saying that they are bewildered beyond compare.
Oh, yeah.
You what? Now don't be hasty, my lord.
If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who has that disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be. Okay, so... the only other person that I saw Gregson interact with in court is Nash.
Yep.
So that's gotta be it.
Makes sense to me.
Like, he was faking a fight, but he was really, like, putting it on him.
I am not gonna lie, you are just on top of things and I'm proud of you.
Ah, thanks! That makes me feel better.
I came in here as sort of like a subtle guide to sort of add spice and seasoning and flavor and intrigue and assistance. You don't need it anymore. You've got this. You've got the instincts.
I need it. I need the help. Of, my lord, Mr. Nash Skulkin. Well, I never. Okay.
Me? Me? Him?
Sorry, I jumped the gun.
It's fine. Very well then. Bailiff, restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects.
Hold it! Please, my lord.
Oh, Gregson. Inspector?
Scotland Yard, have to object to this search.
You can't object. You're not an attorney.
Objection.
Oh, okay. Sure.
Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here.
All right, Van Zeeks, we're on the ups again, sir. Continue.
Yeah? In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object.
I'm slurping my water now.
But Lord Van Zeeks! I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions.
All he cares about is the truth.
But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial.
Even though you've been doing it. Okay.
Ah!
Bailiff, carry out the search.
Now hold on, Mo. I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. Out.
Ah?
I don't exactly know who this is. It could be Nash. It could be someone reacting. Oh, it's a bailiff.
Here, my lord, in the witness's pocket. I found this!
Let's go! State secrets!
You are so happy about discovering state secrets.
Sorry. And then next week we're gonna play Papers, Please. Okay.
Oh.
Good lord, that's...
Another music box disc. I don't know nothing about it. Nothing.
Gregson, you are cooked, sir. Graydon, you're also cooked, sir.
2 for 1.
We cooked 3 people at once. That is, I mean, like, it's dinner. Like, let's go.
It's dinner.
It's dinner. We cooked 3 people.
I feel like we cooked 2 people and a pair.
Yeah.
Like, that shouldn't really get cooked. He was just like he probably didn't even know. Like, I genuinely believe he just like was shooken up. Gregson like put it on his person. Yeah.
Gregson did
Like he got
a
reverse pickpocketed.
Yeah.
That's just how upstanding of a person Gregson is. He does anti-crimes.
He does.
He doesn't steal things out of people's pockets. He puts stuff in.
There you go.
It's like pickpocket Santa Claus.
Oh my gosh. That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. It is it not, Inspector Gregson? Now there are fish and chips everywhere again.
Chips, no.
Or dar, Mr. Skulkin, what have you to say for yourself?
God, Bennett, I can just go and blame it, Bennett. So I didn't know nothing about that biz. Honest to God.
Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal that was struck between this witness and this detective, no? Without question, my lord. Then for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information? Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure.
True.
But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. I don't recall. What unusual behavior? It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon, one of many. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket?
I admit to nothing of the sort.
Well, Mr. Graydon answered my questions. The inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently.
Yeah, he didn't know. I mean, I wasn't gonna fall clean off. I did. I was wishing I'd been born as me brother. I was.
And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that?
I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me, well, like that, like whistle like that, and started shaking me. By the places, didn't you mention the third gun oil got you down the station? That's what he said. Got it right down my ear, all he did. Yeah, it's still throbbing now.
The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been that he did it. Must have been then that he did it. There we go. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Well, bless my wig, he hid it.
You,
But I'm afraid I fail to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law.
He could have submitted the item as evidence.
It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that.
Yeah. Somebody's pulling some strings. Why ever not?
As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment had some special conditions. My orders were: recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry. And do it on the QT. Strictly hush-hush.
Hush, hush. A top secret assignment, is it?
As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? I'm operating under direct orders from the Ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So, realizing there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness.
Ah, does this mean? He only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him, to slip the second disc into his pocket. So it was all a pretense. Gregson is vibrating out of the universe over there. Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon, are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you of this alleged deal?
Admit to it. Yours truly, please.
Mr. Graydon.
Clearly, our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed that disc to the inspector.
Turn him in, Gregson.
Objection!
But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole?
I'm under no obligation to explain.
I hate you. What?
Yes, I lied in my testimony. That I admit. So sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit.
You're a murderer! Oh my god.
Murder? Leaking government secrets? Striking a deal with a detective? All of it is this young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of that is about.
I don't believe you. You... What? God, how long is this gonna take? Come on. Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc?
Ladies and gents of the jury, as a Scotland Yard inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I am acting in the best interests of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. So, as members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decisions.
God, now we have to do the summation examination again.
This dude is asking for freaking jury nullification.
This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for their final leanings.
Well, now, as a fellow servant of Queen and Country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector.
Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character.
Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me.
Well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really. Great and his highly skilled operator, stop. Currently in presence of idols, stop.
Detective has very much trust in eyes. More than this, I cannot say.
I don't believe it. These 6 jurors are... They're going to believe Gregson. If they declare their decision now... Is Ginny going to be found guilty? If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're going to lose. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windibank or stole these government secrets. Or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness. Well then, counsel, I think it's time I imposed on the jurors to declare their final decisions, no? That is, unless you have some, God kill me, some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court. If I let the judge call on the jurors to announce their leanings, Gina will be found guilty. So there's no choice then, Runo. You have to throw some more evidence at them. This is it now. It all comes down to this. Oh my God, who do I present evidence against? Gregson or Graydon? God. Okay, let's think. What evidence do we have? Court record.
Well, wait, did we get the second disc?
No,
Darn.
I know. They didn't give it to us. I don't know why.
Okay, so the situation.
Uh-huh.
We have 2 avenues here. Either prove Graydon's the murderer, or compel Gregson to confess.
Neither one of those is ideal.
No. But which one do we think is easier?
Good question. So getting Gregson to confess would mean...
What does he want? What does Gregson want? Well, I think the answer to that is he wants to get the heckin' government secrets squared away.
Yeah, he wants to get out of this courtroom is what he really wants.
He really just wants to leave.
He wants to leave. He wants justice, but also not justice, because
He wants to not reveal government secrets.
Yeah, so I know the feeling, buddy. Oh my God, Zen, please. When was the last time you handled government secrets? Hold on. I missed something here.
Unless they're referring to wanting to leave the courtroom.
Oh, wanting to leave, I get.
Hmm.
Hold on, I'm gonna eat a Kit Kat while I think about this. Okay. So... Yeah, that one. Okay, yeah, it was leaving the courtroom. Me too, buddy. So... Getting Gregson to...
We have... Okay, well, we don't have both discs, but we have both discs now.
So the music box is relevant now?
We could reveal the full secrets.
Oh, if we present the music box, that will make Gregson be like, no, wait, stop. You got a good point.
I mean, if it's good enough for Ashley to coerce Gregson, maybe we could just do the same.
That's what I was honestly thinking, but I was like, there's no way. So you think I should present the music box?
Probably.
All right. So present it against either one of them. It works, right? But probably
Yeah.
Gregson. Gregson.
Okay.
I didn't like that. Okay, we're saving. We can't prove that Graydon did it. We can't.
We're not strong enough.
Alright. Inspector Gregson. There's one final piece of evidence I would like you to see.
Eh? What's that then?
If you refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witness here today, then you leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly.
Well, go on.
This is my last chance. It looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. I don't like this. I don't like this. Alright, present. One final piece of evidence to get this detective to admit to the deal he clearly struck with Graydon.
Take that!
Is the friggin' music box, please? Is that Mr. McGilded's peculiar music box, Counsel? Yes, with a disc already in place, ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, I was so right. With the second disc we've just discovered set in place as well. Goodness! This disc, Counsel?
Hold it!
No, wait! I can't let you do that!
Why not?
Because, well... Because it's got nothing to do with this case, that's why!
Objection!
Objection! Not true, Inspector.
Eh?
The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of two distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. And now we have a chance to confirm that theory.
Loud sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here!
And
If you go let in the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason!
can't commit treason if you're not a citizen. Then do you admit the charge? That in order to protect those state secrets, you engaged in unlawful dealings with the witness.
You're mad. If you let secret information out into the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot!
Well, there's a second game, so we're not doing that.
Objection!
Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. You continue to lie to the court, and all because, by fair means or foul, you are determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine.
You dare.
I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. Get it, Ryunosuke, get it! He's just drinking wine at this point. Van Zeek's his drinking problem has increased 12-fold over the course of this trial.
Most certainly.
My lord, if you please. The court must hear the sounds made by that music box.
Come on, Van Zeke, for Pete's sake, stop him!
Objection.
Inspector, you should know my methods by now.
Justice at any cost is this man's method. Okay.
I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet.
Woo!
In this courtroom, my duty is to the law. So let me propose a toast.
Because Gregson is toast.
To uncovering the truth, by fair means or foul.
Ooh, he just quoted us. Let's go. All right.
No!
Ordar. Very well, the defense's stance here and that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will now listen as this music box is set in operation once more. This time with the second disc in place and both discs playing simultaneously.
I love that camera transition.
That was good. That was good. Let's hear it.
All right, I admit it, whatever you want, but for the love of God, throw that blooming box up!
Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you, or did you not, strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the peephole in the pawnbroker's storeroom door, Inspector? Sorry, Gregson.
I did. Stop! What are you doing, man? It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after the recess, and we were stood here in the stand together, that's when he approached me with the deal. Shut up, you imbecile!
No.
Shut up!
Woo!
Psst, you there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbroker the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector.
Yeah,
with me at this very moment.
How is there another ad break coming? It's been like no time since the last one.
So how about a trade? I suggest you accept. Or information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. I couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The people in the storeroom door and the bloodstains on the overcoat.
By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that.
Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury.
I did. But then it turned out the peephole had only been made that night, after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest.
Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself?
Uh,
There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime. Namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windibank.
You!
Oh dear.
Traitor!
Not the chips and the fish. Bailiff! Bailiff, restrain that man! At once! That's it then. It's all over. Is it all over? It's probably not all over.
I despised my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole.
And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. But then you decided to try to sell government secrets? Why?
Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Then one day, I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded. You're a fiend with a queer talent, so you are. Money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me little plan now. I was to steal the ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings. How easy it is to succumb.
But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing.
And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable. By using the music box. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child.
Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton.
That's right. He was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code.
Oh.
So I sought out my father again, to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier.
Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh?
He was a different man to the one in my memory. A thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason. So I made up a story. I've got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made.
Music box discs, eh?
A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I've brought the score with me. There are two, actually.
Be delighted, son. Been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft.
That's how I had him make the two discs.
Thereby splitting the information in two. You are taking considerable precautions indeed.
It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in two separate transactions. The first involved the first of the two discs and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then, on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000.
So, what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago? Was the second part of a deal the exchange of the second disc?
Yes. I'd sold the man information that way a number of times already. But it seemed he became reluctant to part with his money.
But that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. For why was it that on the omnibus 2 months ago, your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded and not yourself?
When I received 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilded, I had decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me,
next time there's an exchange, you let your old man do it, understand?
otherwise, I won't take your money anymore. That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the discs I'd asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll ever know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. It was only then that I found out what sort of a monster McGilded really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name. To exact revenge.
Oh my god, should I do the ads now? My thing has been killing me for ads.
Yeah, do the ads now.
I'm gonna do the ads now. Okay, hold on guys, we'll be right back. 3 minutes, let's go.
Finally, I'm getting more Oscars.
It's good, it's
Pretty
good,
good.
it's good. I have nothing to add.
I like to think that it can I can tell when I'm doing a pretty good job when there's absolute silence on your end. A fun note about the artistic direction of Graydon here, and also McGilded. This might be obvious, but McGilded has sort of a theme of gold. It literally is in his name.
Yes.
He be gilded. Like gold enshrouded the dark core of evil, etc., etc. Ashley here is representing silver. AG, like element, periodic table element, silver. He's got like the silver clothes lined in blue. He is, in a sort, a lesser McGilded, in a sense.
It kind of is. I get it. I see this.
An assistant and someone who followed in his dark path. Also, one could argue that his shot in the arm and his bleeding there kind of looks like rust.
It does look like rust. You're right.
Also, it's a nice little allusion to the secret connection between him and his dad, Mason, in the fact that his name is Ashley. Ash, as in like...
Ah, like
you know,
fire.
fires, thrice fired. Like there's there will be signs. The signs will be there.
Pretty good. I love how clever they are with the naming in these games.
I appreciate it. Sometimes it's just hyper cheesy. Sometimes it's like multi-layered cleverness.
Yeah. I like it. I like it.
And
a
they're
lot.
both great. They're both great.
Yeah.
I enjoy the cheesy names as much as the clever ones. It's just fun.
Oh my gosh. I'm not sure I entirely believe him, but like... Nobody has voted in the poll! That's how riveted they were by your performance. The poll has ended in a draw. I don't know what to do. The poll ended
Everyone's
in
just
a draw. No one's
dumbfounded.
paying
Everyone's
attention
just
to my
dumbfounded.
poll. Fine.
It's because they've all
Don't hear
full
me.
screened the stream because they're so enraptured that they're not even looking at chat anymore.
I don't even care. Nobody cares. Nobody cares about my poll. It's fine. We all care about Ashley. Alright. Are we ready?
Begin.
Let's go. The end.
Revenge.
Revenge! Oh god, he's got the wine.
As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine. McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial.
Oh my god, did Graydon set the fire?
The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. That trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish.
My feet had barely touched British soil back then. And I walked into that hornet's nest, completely unaware of the sinister background to it all.
I'd made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then. So I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire.
Jeez!
If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself had shown me that.
Yikes. Are you saying that...
I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything in his favor in this courtroom to ensure that he walked free, I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved.
Dang.
That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly.
McGilded's death that day was caused by this man.
Everything is ready, sir, if you'd like to follow me into the courtroom.
What's this, officer? It's sooner than I was led to believe.
I hope it's not too inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule.
Well, I must be making tracks now. It's time for the inspection. They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself.
So that policeman who came to tell McGilded he could examine the omnibus again.
That's right. An imposter hired by me. McGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death.
The judge is just like, the full? A spine-chilling account indeed.
But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see.
A loose end.
Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded.
Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime.
When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. This is the first of the 2 discs. In the music box, you need to play them. Ah, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you, young man. What's this? Winterbank's pawnbrokery? Aye, there's a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I've deposited there for you. There's no need to give a name. Just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. I've put a jewel in pawn for you. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will. I've never heard of a pawnbroker being used in quite that way before. Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokers are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault.
Jeez.
So I knew that if he'd taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And that on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone.
Yes, to Gina. I remember now that when we first met you at Windibank's that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for?
From the trial, that pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another of McGilded's pawns, that he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket. So I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion that the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline.
And he was absolutely right.
And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was wait until the girl went to Winterbanks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat and the one disc that was in its pocket. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing. Because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion.
Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing, we picked up on the fact that McGilded was involved.
Inspector, you've recovered fast.
My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible. So we started gathering the fella's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yacht, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could.
Sorry, 1 second.
Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbroker that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc were still there and the disc... Sorry. I was sure the music box and the second disc were still there in the shop somewhere. So I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did.
So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers.
What happened that night in the pawnbrokery, I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I'd located the music box I'd sold to McGilded on the shelves of forfeited articles. And the second disc was inside. Yes, I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened.
What are you doing in my shop?
A gunshot rang out in the shop, and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun, and the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Before I knew what was happening, I'd fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I didn't intend to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge.
A sorry, sorry tale.
It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Winterbanks on that wretched night.
Oh boy.
Earlier, you called McGilded a monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony. For what you have done is exactly the same. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded.
Yes, I think I have.
Oh, the music! Wow. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon?
He's been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Winterbank and the stealing of government secrets.
Very good. And you, Inspector? Regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself.
Yes, my lord, of course. It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains, whether or not you are doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable.
Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Ah, yeah? It is time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman?
Yes, sir. Guard up squadron standing by, sir. This is really it now. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdict.
Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will now declare your final decisions to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
That's the stuff? I'm off the hook. Finally, Bruno! You finally managed to do it! Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if we'd come out on top for a while there. Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world. Miss Lestrade, I am not finished with you yet. Eh? What? What are you looking at me like that for? Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider, Eh? 2 months ago, in my courtroom, no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Winterbank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilded's property, it seems. Eh? I never done nothing of the sort. Of course not. It's like you were gleefully wearing McGilded's. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGilded's coat in your cell yesterday or anything. Aww, and just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Jimmy this evening. And turning our attention to the defense. Determining that, when played together,
the music box discs contained a message in Morse code was, well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, Counsel. Are you gonna actually drink it this time, Van Zeeks?
Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast. To demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom.
Okay, buddy. Okay. Sour grapes in that wine there? Like, come on. Aha. Very sorry about that. It was the only way that I could get Inspector Gregson to admit to what he'd done, so...
Juror 5.
Juror 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes! If I may say something on that point. Isn't that... It's, about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all. What? What are you saying, madam? Jeez, this is just bound to prove me wrong. Oh, well, it's just that I'm really fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact. As we see on your shirt.
And your glasses.
And your glasses. Goodness, madam, an unhealthy level of obsession one feels. But I must say that in my opinion, the sounds produced by those two discs were nothing more than that, a meaningless series of two different tones. What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code after all?
I told you.
My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again.
Are you off your nut? How many times do I have to tell you those discs contain minstrel secrets, sunshine? Ministerial secrets. This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of government communications.
Damn about that.
We know McGill had conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies. Secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further.
Oh, really?
Please do not leak scub the...
I can't even make a joke correctly.
It's been a long stream. It's okay. We're almost there. But it's really going to bother me. Iris, what are you thinking about? Miss Lestrade? Yeah, milord? That what you have seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing.
Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalog of depravity.
An appalling experience to befall any child. No leaking government secrets in my courtroom. Come on, it ain't nothing I done see most days back in the slums. I beg your pardon. If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes. Gina. But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you wanted to change, you gotta start at home. You gotta change how you are yourself. Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Windabank, proprietor of a pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, not guilty. Yay! It's a little weird to celebrate, but yay! What? Oh, that's cute.
That is all. Court is adjourned. Oh my god. Oh! 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 What's going on here?
Post-credit scene, kinda.
What's going on? We having a drink, buddy? Get your cape back on, buddy? Talking
On a
like I'm talking to
personal-
my cat.
On a personal note, I must say you've...
I'm a travesty. I'm sorry.
You're fine.
On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my Far Eastern friend.
Don't call me friend. Still don't think we're friends. Ah. Oh.
Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through to the pretense to the... You saw through the...
I can't do this.
Do
I'm
you
losing
need
it.
a break?
I'm losing my voice.
Oh no, you're almost there.
Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within that Englishman. And at the same time, saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures.
I hope he's like, I don't speak English. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan. We're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. I do like the fact that the two of them look like they're drawn in like completely different styles.
Yeah, yeah.
I love that about this. Like, that the British people all look like they're drawn in a completely different style than the Japanese people.
Exactly.
You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom.
That's very... It's nice. You did. I can't.
It's okay. Take your time.
And they were rivals. Okay. It's fine. It's fine. You did.
When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed.
Eh? Backstory?
Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew. Try to understand.
Jeez. You mentioned something similar earlier today. Zen, what the fuck? He had a bad breakup.
You did.
You mentioned something similar earlier today about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly? Oh, backstory for real, for real!
Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not.
Whether you like it or not, is that a threat? Like,
Yes. Yes, it is.
he's threatening me with a good time? He's threatening me with backstory? I need to stretch. It's true. Oh my god, we're so close to done. I can feel it in my bones. Oh, I'm stretching though. Oh! Their whole thing was just total animosity and it's suddenly gotten very homoerotic in this courtroom.
That's kind of the way of it. How are you supposed to hate someone so efficiently without understanding every minute detail about them? It's like inevitable. To hate and to love are the same thing, basically.
Oh, okay. Only an ace attorney. All right, then I'll wait for that day if I must.
Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey in my retirement from service 5 years ago, it gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose.
Dang.
So, farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow, until we meet again.
God, this man with problems have problems. He is a veritable kaleidoscope of emotions. Yes, yes, I know, we're in the Old Bailey. That's nice.
It is.
God, it's done! It's over at last.
Woo!
Yay, we did it, Dots. But where's Iris disappeared to? Oh, there's Gina at least. Ah. Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent. Okay, Tsundere. That's nice. Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naruto. You believed in me, right up to the end. You're as odd as your name. What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? No one ever has before, see? I don't think that's correct. I think Iris has faith in you, but okay. Kept a promise, I mean, properly. That's awful. I figured something out today. All my life, growing up in the slums, I never trusted no one. But that's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh, well, if you say so. That make a fat lot of sense to me, though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. For crying out loud, pack it in! But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright. Thanks. That's cute. Kazuma! This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma, am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Ah. Uh-oh, who is this?
Okay, there's two options here.
Okay.
I think we just let this one play for a second. I need to know.
Okay.
Pardon the interruption.
Since
What the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow?
that voice!
It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity.
Sir.
Yes, it was me all along, I would have said when finally you noticed me.
I was a little busy.
But you people with your incessant babbling!
Ah, Mr. Sholmes.
Yes, it was me all along. You see?
God, he's back. Master of Disguise. I assumed you'd be taken back to the hospital, to be honest.
Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again.
I swear to gravy. Oh.
I happen to be aware of one of two foibles of the doctor who was tending to me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence.
How very above board.
But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat at you.
Aw, that's cute. Oh, thank you. So great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe.
Have I irked you in some way, Miss Lestrade?
Well, you've been having a snooze in your nice soft bed. Some of us have been fighting for our lives.
Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps cold as ice, but, well, have a feel.
I don't know. No! Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes?
And in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Miss Lestrade.
What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted?
Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but... an acquittal in trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious.
Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest. Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Because anyone who's found not guilty in a trial he was working on winds up dead anyway. Is that it?
The very point I was trying to make. As exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilded, in fact. Ah, but of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself.
Yeah, well, it don't bother me.
Oh, really?
Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like him upstairs. Him upstairs? You mean like God? Yeah, him upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. I can't believe she's calling Van Zeke's God, but okay. He won't have got the wrong end of the stick. There are some coves like that bog trotter what are rotten to the core. At the end of the day, him upstairs makes sure they get what they deserve. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another. Well, I ain't like the McGildeds of this world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see?
A trait in you which is to be admired, Miss Lestrade.
Oh, just give a rest, all right?
As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Jaina.
Well, there you
Iris.
are! It's Iris. It's gotta be Iris.
It's Iris.
It's Iris. There you are, Hurley! How long have you been here? She's mad. Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there.
Ah, Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves.
what happened?
And you know, I have a penchant for the sky. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff. These adults didn't notice my presence at all. And they had no idea. Did you imagine I was losing credits?
I'm not sure, really.
I beg your pardon?
I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day.
Well, be careful.
Tee. Ouch. Anyway, it's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight. But you won't be able to come, will you? Don't look like I'm gonna be going nowhere for a while. You heard the judge's patter. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All them offenses. What was it again? Breaking and entering, taking the bog trotter's stuff, what was in log, blah blah blah. Yes, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense. But diamond ain't an offense, it's a job, ain't it? I don't think so.
It kind of is.
You know, it's all in your perspective, exactly.
I would say it's more of a job in like the early days of the British police force.
Yeah.
Like back when mercantilism was like just getting out of the way for like proper capitalism and stuff, and they were all like making the there's an economy to this, okay?
I get you, I get you.
Yeah.
Still, it has got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Odo? Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket. Well, anyway, I reckon I can make a change. I'm gonna do something for all them lot like me from the slums. Something that makes a difference for them.
Amazing!
Hey, look who it is.
Oh, hi, Zink!
Zink's arrived!
Thank you for the raid! Reaper gonna reap. We just got rid of the
what?
Reaper. Big spoilers! Big, massive, enormous Reaper gonna reap. I love it. I love it. Spoilers.
What the
Spoiler
heck?
alert. Hello, everyone. Welcome, Raiders. Thank you for the raid. Let me give you a shout out before I
Please do
continue
not
with
threaten.
the spoilers.
Do not threaten Gina any more than already. We already got through this. We went through the Reaper talk. Also, hi. I'm here too. I'm not Ascella, but hopefully I'm cool enough.
Hello, I am Ascella Vivace Magical Idol. This is my channel. I am playing the Great Ace Attorney. We are finishing up Case 5 of the first game. So many spoilers. Well, I guess the spoilers are over. We're past the
Kinda.
spoilers, kinda, yeah. So, how was your stream? How was your arts? Arts. Thank you for this. Thank you for the raid. I should not still be awake. I am trying to finish this as fast as humanly possible.
Yeah, we're in the wrap-up phase. Let's just keep spiraling.
Nearly 5 hours. Yeah, I'm dying. Made a bad doodle of Venom. Oh no, and a doodle of your VTuber. That's cute. I like that. I appreciate art.
I
Okay.
could use some art.
I need some art. I need to go consume
Yeah.
some arts.
Me too. I need money for that though.
No, thank you for the raid. I think I'm usually like raiding you because I usually go to bed earlier than this. We got a
Just a
system.
little more. We gotta go. We gotta zoom.
Okay, here we go. We're gonna finish this chapter up. You started early. Okay. That's a wonderful idea, Ginny, and I'm sure you can do it. She's cute. She's embarrassed. What is it? Aw, she's crying. Wah. Nothing.
Miss Gina Lestrade! The prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once.
Aw, she's going to jail. Right. Well, looks like I'm off then. Yes. Goodbye, Gina. And good luck. Odo? Yes? Why are you shooting me again? Why are you shooting me again? Why are you shooting me again? Ah! What? What was that for? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so... Ah.
Indeed.
They're so cute.
Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade.
No, Sholmes, be nice. Eh?
On occasions such as this,
Don't make her say it.
I would recommend a simple thank you.
Or you could just shoot people with not a gun. Oh. Oh, yes! It's good advice, Ginny! Right. I see. Well... this takes everything she has. Aww. Thanks, Odo. She's so cute! No! Thank you for everything what you've done. For believing in me. Wait, that's cute as heck. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Ah! That's cute. Well, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again.
Well, well, quite the indomitable pick-purse.
Oh, I nearly forgot. I bought a paper outside. It's a special edition, and this trial is all over the front page.
That was fast.
Pickpocket's innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful? You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled. Oh no, how silly of me. Oh, but anyway, would you like the good news or the bad? Oh god, why is there bad news?
Again?
Again. Oh, not again. Well, what do you say, Runo? Hurley? As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely
not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news.
I hate this man. And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it? Let's not go there. All right, then. Maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall, apparently.
Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort.
All right, then. What's the bad news? The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of Dover have been delayed by a day or more. Wait, Dover? That's right. If we head to the station immediately... Oh, no, don't you make me cry again. I hate you. We may still make it in time to wave Susie off. I hate this game. But there won't be a train, surely. We couldn't be that lucky.
Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo?
Mr. Sholmes?
I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express.
If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner.
And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole.
I don't. The great detective does it again.
I surely do. Indeed, he does.
I happen to be aware of a number of the rail transport director's foibles.
Oh, God. What? Quit blackmailing people.
I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive.
Elementary.
Lay on the locomotive.
Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way. But then he wouldn't be Sherlock Holmes, would he?
No.
What are we waiting for then? To London, Victoria!
Boat.
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 That took somewhat longer than I had anticipated.
Susie's boat must be about to leave now. Miss Susato, where are you? Over there, look. It looks like she's reading something.
Hold it!
Miss Susato, wait! What are you doing? Mr. Naruhodo, what are you doing here? We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see. Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go? It went well. She was acquitted. That's wonderful. Really wonderful news. The book you were about to throw into the sea. It was your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it? Oh dear. I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So, I was saying my final farewell. You were saying goodbye to law? You, Susato-san?
Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the people, Miss Susato?
I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie? On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Oh, yes! We had a wonderful time! Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? To the art of pickpocketing, I mean. Oh, that was so much fun! I stole Runo's armband! Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me. Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages. On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat flap-a-mat. So I put it up my sleeve. Really? And then I rather forgot about it until I found myself in Mr. Windibank's shop with it later that night. I Yeah, I see.
And then...
Oh, scream. Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes!
Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo.
Right. After Mr. Naruhodo had left the shop, I started to think. That door started to play on my mind.
The storeroom door, you mean?
Yes, if Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. And at that moment, the little device that I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know. So you used the cat flap-o-mat to make the peephole in the door. As captured in a photographic print of the shop. By one of Hurley's red-handed recorders.
Indeed, it was of the first importance, that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though, naturally, without proof, it would have been amounted to nothing.
But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remembered that trial 2 months earlier. The trial of Magnus McGilded. I thought about how he manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Windibank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing. You were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime. That's right. But then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case. What do you mean? Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have had to be a way to see beyond the door. Ah!
For which, a peephole would be the very thing.
Only the peephole I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference.
But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not?
A trap? Is that why she did it? So, is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the peephole to anyone, not even to the police. I know, and I knew at the time what I was doing was wrong. A criminal offense, even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner, with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the peephole could save him. That was my plan. She really does think of everything. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began?
My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade.
Ah.
You could have been disbarred if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with a crime scene. So Miss Susato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake, and Miss Lestrade's.
Miss Susato. The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the law. Oh. I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that, is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant. What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied in the witness stand, using that peephole as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the peephole inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure that she would have been acquitted in the end. Miss Susato, what you did saved Gina's life. Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you've saved me too, from my regrets.
Well, we must all be thankful that Miss Lestrade's freedom has been assured.
Sort of. Yes, exactly.
Sort of.
Although some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure. But the revelation that the music box disc contained secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph to work that out. I'm full of admiration. Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. Oh, it wasn't. There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see. A telegraph operator. And she said that the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones.
As one would expect. After all, we are talking about secret government communications.
Ah, that's true. Must be extra secret.
No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood should they have been intercepted.
In cipher? I see.
Cipher-tastic.
So then we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway.
Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you.
Wow.
This is Iris.
Soki? What? Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny. Wait, Iris, what did you just say? Oh, I just said Asogi. Does that word mean something to you? Means something? Asogi was the name of my best friend. What? But how? How do you know that name, Iris? What is in the Hound of the Baskervilles? I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was playing on the music box. She transcribed it on the fly? She really is a genius. I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But whatever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least. Oh. It suddenly occurred to me, you see. There's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added to Morse code to use it in their own languages. Oh, ad break. Oh, my voice needs a break.
ad break.
Well, good, you have one.
I have one. I have 3 minutes.
Maybe we should have considered this possibility sooner, that these are international communications. They did not necessarily have to be in English. Could have been in French.
I thought about that too. I was like, I wonder what country they're sending it to.
France. No, it's not France. If it's the 9th, well, okay, it might have been France. But actually, there are 2 questions. Who is it being sent to, and who's stealing it? Who would have bought the secret intel from McGilded?
Yeah.
What country would have been like, I want to know what secrets are going on?
Good point.
I admittedly do not remember the geopolitical situation in 1895. I'm looking up 1895 geopolitics.
Oh no.
The first result I'm getting is the Sino-Japanese War. So that's not really what I'm looking for here.
Well.
I'm learning about the development of the theory of geopolitics. Not really what I'm looking for.
Uh-oh.
Man, there's just a lot of stuff happening in countries at points in time.
It's true.
Oh wait, hold on. Wikipedia has a timeline of geopolitical changes. I'm gonna go to like 1890s, and we're gonna see what happens.
Okay.
1892, March 8th, the United Kingdom annexes the Gilbert Islands as a protectorate. This takes the islands off islands of Butaritari and Maracay from the existing United States of America claim. They also claim Gardner Island, disputing a claim by the U.S. Sultanate of Muscat and Oman become a protectorate under the UK. A lot of UK expansionism.
Yeah,
The United Kingdom
about
establishes the East Africa Protectorate. Mombasa is the capital. The Empire of Japan conquers the Republic of Formosa. Taiwan becomes a Japanese colony. Okay. United Kingdom invades the Kingdom of Benin and annexes it as part of the Niger Coast Protectorate. Okay, so a lot of UK expansion, the Sino-Japanese War, the Spanish-American War, a lot of wars. Oh, the annexing of Hawaii. Man, I have opinions about that one.
I have opinions about that one too.
We both have opinions
We
about
both have
it.
opinions about it.
Yeah.
I don't believe it. Are you saying... That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before. But I think it's based on the Iroha pengram, isn't it? And you mean to say that in Japanese Morse code, the message says Asoki? Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code. Iris, would you let me see that? Miss Susato, do you know it? Is there anything Susato doesn't know? Do you know Japanese Morse code? Yes, I spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications.
Then might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version.
Be that as it may, Iris, show me the message, please. Of course. But what can this possibly mean? Whatever is in that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes. It's made the color drain from Susato-san's face. There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code. So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications? I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names.
4 names. The first is Kei Asogi. Kazuma Asogi. Why? Why was his name on that disc? The second is A. Shin. Shin? I don't recognize that name. The third is T. Guregusan. Uh-oh. 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 Gregson?
It would seem Tobias Gregson is the third man on the list.
And what's his name doing in a secret government communication as well? And the last name. I am not ready for whatever this revelation is about to be. What's the matter, Miss Susato? It's just so strange. So unexpected. Oh! What is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. Oh. The last name is J. Wilson. What? Wilson? John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy?
Sholmes is hiding.
Sholmes is hiding. It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then, after the 4 names, it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4. And that is the end of the message, or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris. I just can't believe it. Who would ever have thought that those discs contained Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names.
It would appear that this particular message
I need to read who's speaking. Okay, go ahead.
is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan.
So, Daddy could be in Japan then, where Susie and Runo come from. Oh, they haven't told her. Oh, well... No, it's not very likely, really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be lots of J's among them. Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. We can't tell Iris about that now. We just can't. This is so strange. Somehow in solving the case of Mr. Windibank's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon. Yes, it seems so. I'll sail on that same ship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change to a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. You're really going then, Susie?
We wish you a safe passage, Miss Susato.
Thank you so much. I wish all of you the very best. Miss Susato, I had hoped to have you always at my side, to guide me and support me. Is this a love confession? Boy's he's having a great weekend. Like, Mr. Naruhodo. Please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. Ah, so cute. I'm quite sure I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Oh, now don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise? About your manuscript. Ah. Oh yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Do you remember the first time we met? Yes, of course. On the SS Buria when I was dragged out from that wardrobe, still half asleep. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with the Susato takedown. You know very well that I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy. Miss Susato. And my instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure that I'll be back soon. Farewell until then. You better be back. You're cute. You can't leave us forever. Oh, we get another cutscene. Cutscene.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least. Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey. Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead. Of course there will. But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around. After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
Uh-oh.
Yes, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, and now what, Sholmes? Yes, Mr. Sholmes?
I have some rather awkward news.
What's he about to tell us?
The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently.
I'm sorry? Huh? It caused such a commotion on the line. All the other trains had to wait at stations.
But really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise.
Anyway, I explained everything and how it was all your fault.
Yeah! Huh? Huh? Greatest friends in the world, uh-huh.
I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Miss Susato,
You love defending yourself in court. Please. Huh? 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 It's all right. I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See? Like 5 seconds ago, he said he had the best friends in the world, and now what? And now what? Mr. Sholmes?
Yes.
A word, if you don't mind?
Why, certainly. Any word you like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow.
Oh, yes! I love Runo's words, and I know just the one he'll use here. Oh, Lord. Then I really must say...
Objection!
Objection. Aww, cute.
Hold on, we got the during the credits dialogue options. We'll have like a post-credit credit so you can actually talk. But we got to be ready for the text to appear.
What happens?
Just like some post summary talk from people who we met on along our journey.
In the following weeks, hundreds of music boxes arrived at Baker Street from all over Europe. Something was afoot, though it transpired I had ordered them all myself. So I advertised them for sale with used by Mr. Sholmes to solve an important case.
Oh, no.
Do not
I don't
skip this, you
skip
chump.
out.
And the money I've earned. Consulting detective work pays a pittance by comparison.
Okay, Sholmes. I haven't slept a wink. This manuscript is due tomorrow now. When I'm this busy, Hurley usually cooks me breakfast. Well, cooks is an overstatement for some dry toast and insipid coffee. Oh no. I do miss Susie and her lovely Japanese breakfasts. Oh, good grief.
Witness, your testimony is riddled with contradictions.
Exactly. Rarely do Rakoban coins hide under rare stakes themselves.
I completely forgot his voice.
Well, I don't know. Son knows his father is an innocent man. Or are you calling my son a liar?
Witness, my courtroom is no place for your petty arguments.
No, Hosonaga.
Having delivered the Russian dancer to shore in Shanghai, I laid low on the steamship for a while. But last night, I apprehended an extremely suspicious Japanese national on board.
I've done nothing wrong. All I did was give Wagahai's offspring refuge in my pocket. A man brings some kittens on board and suddenly he's an armed criminal. It's not fair.
Oh my goodness.
Scientific investigation will be the gold standard for policing in the new age. I dream of a world governed by the tenets of order and discipline. Like a great clock, in fact, whose hundreds of parts mesh together in perfect unison. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have but 2 minutes and 37 seconds until my next appointment.
The latest Rance magazine is out, and I'm in it again. Whenever I say that one line she wrote now, I get a standing ovation. Want to hear it? Not bad, I suppose, for an amateur. Her ladyship puts me to shame.
Alright, Gregson, no worse for the wear. That's good to know.
Honestly, that's a relief.
Yeah. Goodness.
Been visiting the old girl on a daily basis, of course. Joni, my old jailbird. Must say, battling with those bally stairs every day has done wonders for the dicky pig. Managing rather well with the housework, too. This maid business tapped up, I say. Hope the gossiping neighbors don't realize I'm the man of the house and his own maid.
Oh my goodness.
I'm gonna work out here.
You are. Oh, here we go, here we go. My Rolly is back on the beat again. All thanks to the Reaper.
There's nothing I enjoy more these days than hunting out small change in the gutter. I'm a better Bobby now, looking out for Londoners, their dropped pennies, and my lovely wife. Oh, Pat.
Oh, Rolly! I got 2 lines.
And don't worry, he'll get more.
Do I want more?
Maybe.
Aw, Gina! Looks like I'm gonna be doing time for a bit now. But Iris comes every day for a natter, so it ain't too boring. She's always going on about all them cases what Shums is looking into. Criminal investigations are kinda interesting when you get into them. Man, poor Gina. I get it, but
Poor
also,
Gina.
poor Gina. Oh.
Yes, I renounced my upbringing and chose a life of sophisticated crime. But regrets? Please.
Give over, bruv. That ain't the ass we used to know. We got time in here to plan the comeback of Milverton and Skulkin's milk run, right? The Three Musketeers. Milking the neighborhood for all it's worth.
Good grief. This past 6 months has been a time I shall remember forevermore. Painful goodbyes and wonderful encounters. I've come to realize that's what life is all about. Naruhodo-san, I promise, your assistant will return to you one day. But for now, I leave you with many memories and a heartfelt wish that life will treat you well. Aww. That's so cute. That's cute.
This has been the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles Adventure.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, what are these credits?
How was it?
I enjoyed it thoroughly. Very cute.
I'm glad I could be a part of this for 95% of it.
Yeah! Yeah, it was good. Aw, this is cute. Hi, Hosonaga. Ew! Her! Hit her, slap her, kill her. Her.
Her real.
Aww. This is the most creative credits roll. Oh my gosh. No, oh no, Sonaga, I can't! Let him rest! Let him rest! Oh man, that was good. That was good. This is probably one of my favorite games ever.
It's really good.
It's so good. Oh, I hate this. Why did you do it that way? I hate all of you.
Oof.
I've decided I hate this, actually, now. I'm just like watching this.
It's nice.
It's nice.
Gotta admit, I think Magilda's onto something with that scarf. It looks nice.
It's pretty cool.
Maybe
scarf.
I should get a scarf. Oh, wait.
Scarves are pretty great.
They are pretty good. Sholmes time.
Aww. Hi, Gregson. Glad you're okay. For the most part.
He'll make it through.
Laga hi!
And the entirety of Natsume.
Cat more important.
Fair.
Aw, Iris. Oh yeah, that guy.
She did not load it in time before we scrolled off
Get us.
screen.
Cute. Aww. Yay! That was good.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it's been almost 6 hours. My brain hurts. I'm glad I started early. Ah! What the fuck is this for? Why? Why are you hurting me? Why? Why? Why hurt me?
Hey, you won.
I did win. Now there's all the special contents to go through at some point.
Yeah, we got the escapades. There's the gallery. I don't recommend going to the gallery because that's spoilers for 2. Because it's like concept art for both games.
Ah, gotcha. We got all these to do.
Yep.
But yeah.
We win.
We win. And then
Resolve.
yay, another game. New music and everything. Okay. We did it! Oh, that was so good. I finished the game, guys. I
Yeah.
finished the game. Okay. Jeez Louise, that was crazy. Thanks for everybody who's watched any part of this. I appreciate it. I know I started it on my own, but I got to finish it with a friend, so that's always the best part. I'm gonna still make Van Zeek's trip and fall downstairs probably, but that's okay.
Reasonable.
Reasonable, yeah. I gotta go though. It's late. I got stuff I have to do before tomorrow. So,
Rest.
and anybody who knows about my cosplay side, look forward to some exciting stuff this weekend. But other than that, everybody take care. I'll be back probably on Monday, with more OnStars. And OnStars Discord watch parties are still going on for the concerts that they put up on YouTube. So, trying to get through those before they're all gone on YouTube. So, yeah, that's all I got. You got anything exciting coming up, Exception? Or you just chilling?
I'm chilling. Honestly, I'm sort of winding down my operations for this year. Like, I gotta move on to doing like background activities and like business operations and stuff.
Fair. Very fair, very fair. Well,
That doesn't mean I won't do stuff. I'll do stuff. I promise to do things. I'll work on the editing videos and planning cool things in the future.
And you're stuck with me, right?
And I'm stuck with you.
Yay! We'll probably have more Great Ace Attorney next week, guys.
Maybe.
Maybe, who knows?
It might be a justification for like letting it rest for a little bit, do some intermediate stuff, just because my schedule is uncertain for the immediate future.
No, you're good. We'll figure it out. But thank you everybody for joining. I'm gonna go to the end. I'm just gonna go to bed.
Yeah.
It's gonna happen.
Yeah.
Good night. Thank you again, Zink, for the raid, and you guys take care. Bye bye.
Farewell.